rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06, the Special Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimini, Jakub Krasniqi.
Before we continue to hear the evidence of the prosecution witness, W03825, the panel will issue an oral order on the publicity of the proceedings. Regarding the review of transcripts classification, having considered the parties' submissions, the panel orders the parties and participants to engage in the review of the private sessions of the transcripts of hearings as follows. Concerning the ongoing review of official transcripts as they are notified going forward. First, the calling party should send inter partes a proposed lesser redacted transcript within 10 days of the notification of all official transcripts for a witness, or where a transcript includes private session testimony of 2 or more witnesses within 10 days of the notification date of all official transcripts for all witnesses concerned by that same transcript. Second, the non-calling party, participants, and registry should respond to inter partes accepting or challenging any of the proposed redactions and/or removal thereof within a further 10 days. And third, the calling party shall communicate to the panel the outcome of these inter-party discussions within a further 10 days from the time when they are received, indications from all of those concerned. Within the same deadline, the non-calling party and participants may file any submissions regarding the proposed redactions, and the panel will in turn make any necessary ruling on the matter. Concerning the process for review of completed testimony transcripts up to 18 October 2023, the panel orders that by December 8, 2023, the SPO communicate inter partes its proposals concerning the private session testimony of the witnesses heard through July 2023. By 19 January 2024, the other parties and participants respond inter partes, and by 16 February 2024, the SPO notify the panel of the outcome of the inter partes discussion, and the other parties and participants make any necessary submissions. Concerning witnesses heard between August and 18 October 2023, the panel orders that by 1 March 2024, the SPO communicate inter partes its proposals for the private session testimony of witnesses heard between August and 18 October 2023. By 5 April 2024, the other parties and participants respond inter partes, and by April 30, 2024, the SPO notify the panel of the outcome of the inter-party discussions, and the parties and participants will make any necessary submissions. In completing their reviews, the parties' submissions shall take into account any existing redaction orders. The panel emphasizes that as a general rule, any request for redaction of information must be sufficiently identifying of a protected witness or confidential information. In evaluating whether this is the case, the party concerned should duly account for the need to ensure the greatest amount of publicity of these proceedings compatible with the effective protection of those who have been granted protective measures. Lastly, the panel wishes to implement another measure which should further foster the publicity of our proceedings. As a matter of principle, the panel orders parties and participants to file simultaneously a public redacted version of their confidential filing. When there are compelling reasons not to do so, parties and participants should indicate in the classification section of their filing the reasons why a public redacted version thereof cannot be provided at the same time of filing. This concludes the oral order. Now we will proceed with the witness's testimony. I note that Mr. Krasniqi is attending today via video link. The appropriate waiver was filed yesterday. The other accused are present in court. Today we will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W03825. We will remain in public session unless called to go into private session for some acceptable reason. Court usher, please bring the witness in.
No, you actually answered it in your remarks, Your Honor.
Good morning, witness.
Morning.
Try to answer the questions clearly today with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please note you also continue to be bound by the oath that you gave at the beginning of your testimony to state the truth. Please also speak into the microphone, and please wait 5 seconds before answering and do not cut off any of the questioners. Wait till they're finished before you say what you have to say. Speak at a slow pace for the translators to catch up with you, and if you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and we will accommodate you. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness.
Morning.
I want to just loop back to the beginning of your visit to Chiraz. And I asked you yesterday whether or not you gave remarks and spoke to the population individually or whether you gave speeches. Did you give speeches to a group of the population while you were there?
That was the purpose of our visit, to talk to them, to see their problems, their ordeal, their issues within the Serbian territory, under the Serbian title.
And as part of that, did you make speeches that someone recorded on a cassette recorder?
It is possible that this was recorded. I did not check that part.
When the KLA came in and first asked you your purpose and asked you what you had been speaking to people about, did you play the recording for them to show them what you had talked to the population about?
I did not have a recording because we, as a delegation, did not record anything. Somebody from the reporters, which is permissible, might have done it. The purpose of our visit was humanitarian.
So was the purpose for you to ask the people in Shiraz to lay down their weapons?
Absolutisht jo.
Absolutely not. If I could, I would have provided the KLA with a nuclear weapon because the Serbs killed children, women, handicapped people.
Was that the KLA's concern when they stopped you, that you had been there to tell the population to lay down their weapons?
Edhe dje kam thonë se
I said it yesterday. There were suspicions, but the idea was to get to the truth. The KLA was right to suspect that one of us, I mean, this group composed of 30, 40 people, could possibly have such opinions, but I speak for myself and take responsibility for myself.
Ask the court to pull up 034236 to 034287. And in the English, it's at page 034242. And in the Albanian, it's at the bottom, starting at the bottom of 034251. We can go just a little further down in the English. Thank you. In your 2014 testimony, you were asked by the prosecutor, was there any interaction between you and the KLA at that point? Your answer was, yes, immediately they sat down and they said to someone, now switch on that cassette recorder. I'm sorry, let me start again. Yes, immediately they sat down and they said to someone, now switch that cassette recorder on to hear what we had said. According to the propaganda, which they repeated later on, they said, we were there to tell people to put down their weapons or arms. But we went there to talk to the civilians about their humanitarian needs. That was our mission. They listened to the recording. They became nervous when they heard the cassette because the recording was on the level, because we did not know they would come and listen to the recording. Do you recall, now having been read that there was a cassette recording there and that the KLA demanded to listen to it to hear your remarks?
pari me
First of all, you committed an injustice by summoning me here. Secondly, I protest because I am, first of all, responsible to protect my family, my children, and my life.
You can, that's all. Just answer the question.
kryetari nderuam,
Honorable Presiding Judge, Honorable Madam Prosecutor, I have the right to protest because I am responsible for the fate of my children and their children.
And was the content not to their liking? Did they not like what they heard on the recording?
Unë nuk I kam pyetur.
I did not ask them whether they liked it or not, and I don't know if they did like it or not.
I'd like to go back to where we left off yesterday. We were talking about your release from detention, the delegation, I mean, when I say your. You told us that you were moved from the schoolhouse in Bajca because of the Serbian military forces approaching, and that many vehicles were leaving, not just yours, that there were, everyone sort of was leaving the area because of the Serbian forces, and that you were driven back to Chiraz. Is that right?
Po, kështu është.
That's correct.
In Chiraz, did you hear a discussion that Hashim Thaçi had with others about how the public was reacting to the arrest or to the detention of your delegation?
Nuk e kuptoj për cilën.
I don't understand which public you're referring to. I said that
My question is, did you hear Hashim Thaçi having a conversation with others about how the Kosovo public was reacting to the detention of your delegation?
Hashim Thaçi ka bizedu
Hashim Thaçi mainly discussed with me and other important people in the delegation. I saw and noticed constantly that he was dedicated to complete this conversation with us regarding this justifiable moment where we were stopped or detained in these circumstances.
I'd ask if we can go to 034265 towards the middle bottom and in English, and 034282 in the Albanian, also middle towards the bottom. In talking about going back to Chiraz, you say to the prosecutor, Hashim and the others I mentioned, there were others, but they seemed to be most important. Sabit called Adnan Merovci, the advisor of Rogova, and Enver Malaku, who ran the information center of Kosovo. They talked to Adnan on the phone. I do not know what answers Adnan gave them. They asked Enver how the situation in Pristina was and what they were saying with regard to our arrest. He told them that the situation was very tensioned, that people wanted to organize a protest. The organizer went to Rogova to inform him. Rogova, with a lot of maturity and wisdom, said no. Do not protest. So was that the situation, was that the conversation that you heard Hashim Thaçi and others have about the situation in Kosovo reacting to your arrest and detention?
Hashim Thaçi
did not talk to anyone in Pristina.
To the lack of foundation in certain parts of that in terms of how the witness would have known what was being told to Mr. Thaçi on the phone.
I would just say it's very clear from the context, Your Honor. He identifies when he doesn't hear part of it, and he gives his opinion. He observed the conversation
The
himself.
objection's overruled. Go ahead.
After this conversation that you overheard and the discussion about a protest, were you then told that you were freed, the group of you?
Ja, na ishim të lirë.
No, we were free when we arrived in Shiraz. We were free. As a matter of fact, we were always free. We were never arrested. We were never tied up. We were free. The only problem was to find the best way to go back to Pristina without encountering the Serbian forces.
Just read you the very next question after that description of the reaction and the potential protest. You were then asked what happened, and this is on the same page, bottom of 034265 in the English and 034282 in the Albanian. And in your May 2014 testimony, you were then asked what happened that night in the house on the outskirts of Shiraz, so not in Baitsa and not previous. Your answer, they said to us that you are free. We have not found anything to say that you had committed any errors, but we do not know where to take you and what to do with you. So you were freed after this conversation. Is that right?
Nuk e di
I don't know the exact time when we were freed. I know that from the moment we departed from Baitsa, we were released de facto. The only pending issue was the strategy how to get to Pristina without encountering Serbian forces, which were in a position to kill us and put the blame on the KLA.
You told us yesterday that you were then driven from Cherez to Kramarovci, and we talked about the car ride, so I'm not going to ask you about that again. When you actually arrived in Kramarovci, Kramarovci, did all of the delegates arrive? Because you mentioned that you were in the car with Vili Bertucci and Hashim Thaçi, but did all the other delegates arrive at the same place in Kramarovci?
po.
Yes. We arrived at the same time in Krasmirovsk and went to the house of a nobleman, generous man of Mehmeti family. We had lunch there and everything else that I can explain to you at a later stage.
You did give us a little bit of a description yesterday, and you mentioned that people played chess, and you mentioned, I think, that you were given food. What was the mood when you were there at the house as compared to prior to your release?
Everything was normal. It was a brotherly climate, atmosphere. Some were playing chess, others were having tea, coffee. We had lunch, other people cleaned themselves up, and we were waiting for the first opportunity to continue to Pristina. First to Chichavica, and then on the next day in the morning to Pristina.
And that was a change from the way that things had been in detention, right? This relaxed mood. This was a difference because you were free at this point. Is that right?
Jo, kishin
Both sides were relaxed because the suspicion doses was removed. Any suspicion regarding any members of our delegation which allegedly could have infiltrated us. So this suspicion was removed on the KLA side. We, on our side, were relieved emotionally, morally, and spiritually because there were no findings of errors that we would have committed. So we were very happy. The only concern we had was the shelling coming from all directions from the Serbian forces in the Drnica area, which was surrounded. And the KLA was concerned and dedicated to taking us back to Pristina without encountering any problems.
You mentioned that you had food at this house. Did Hashim Thaçi and Sabit Getzi stay there with you and have food with you?
Many sofa.
And on the same table, we call it sofra. It's a traditional round-shaped wooden-made table. We sat down and had a very normal conversation.
In terms of the food, were you hungry? Had you been given any food in detention?
Just one came younger, she met
We always shared the food that the KLA had, Kosovo Liberation had it. Sorry, I made a mistake. The glorious Kosovo Liberation Army.
If we could go to the document that's up on the screen at 034266 in English and 034283 towards the bottom in the Albanian. If we can go down a little further in the English. In your May 2014 testimony, the prosecutor asked you, while you were detained, were you given any food or water? Your answer was, it was a disaster. It was very bad, but nobody thought about getting any food there at all. We felt very bad because of the shame of the beatings we were subjected to. At this house of Mehmeti, we were seated around a table with Hashim and Sabit and the others during the course of eating. I was asked by the head of the household, Ismail Mehmeti, where I came from. So was the food situation when you were detained very bad, and then it changed when you got to the house in Kramarovci?
I see that the provocations against me in this court never end, and you can continue. I'm still here. And I thank you for these provocations. We were not on holidays in Maldives or summer holidays. Denisa was burning. There was no food even for the children. I described yesterday a child eating a piece of bread taken from the mud.
We heard that testimony. I'm asking you about your words, where you describe, in response to a question.
Okay.
Please let me finish my question.
Fine.
Where in response to
Apologize.
you were given any food or water, your words are, it was a disaster, it was very bad, but nobody thought about getting any food there at all. And I'm not going to reread the whole answer, but that is my question, sir.
in Pristina.
In Pristina, we had steaks, we had abundant food. In the war-torn areas, especially in Denisa, there wasn't food even for the children. We ate the same food that the KLA members were having. We obviously didn't like that food because we had been get used to a better food. But there was no other food. You're not mentioning here that when we asked for beers, like one would do in a hotel, they brought us beers in Baica.
I think you told us that yesterday.
Yeah.
When you were sitting at this table having a meal, did there come a time when two KLA soldiers entered the room with their weapons in their hand?
Nuk më kujtohet kjo.
I don't recall that. 25 years have passed by. You're asking me about details 25 years ago, which would amount to 2,500 years of normal life in Europe.
If we can go with the document that's on the screen to the bottom of page 034266 in English, and starting at the bottom of page 034283 in Albanian. Starting at the bottom, in the middle of that last paragraph on the page, you say, while we were eating, 2 young members of the KLA walked into the room with their weapons in their hands and asked, "Who of you is Agim Krasniqi?" and asked him to come out with them. I said to them, I am the leader of this group, and I am responsible for, and it continues on to the top of the next page. I am responsible for them. And I said that Agim Krasniqi would not come out. Do you remember now that 2 members of the KLA?
Jo, nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember that after 25 years, but if that were the case, they would have come only for some conversation or without the permission or order of anyone, because we were comfortable having lunch somewhere, playing chess, waiting for the moment to set out for Chichavice.
So, sir, is your testimony that you don't remember or that when these 2 people entered, they would have been coming for someone else, despite the fact that, let me finish my question, sir.
Okay, ja.
That these men came from somewhere else on their own authority, despite the fact that Hashim Thaçi and Sabit Getsi were sitting with you at the table. Which one is it? Do you not remember, or is it the latter?
Përsërit mas se nuk e kam të qartë.
Can you repeat the question, please? I'm not clear.
All right, let me read it back to you from the transcript. My question was, is it that you don't remember, or is it that these men came from somewhere else on their own authority, despite the fact that Hashim Thaçi and Sabit Getsi were sitting with you together at the table?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember.
Right. You've told us now between yesterday and today about 3 different times where Agim Krasniqi was specifically identified. First, when Tahir Descu came and talked to you. Then, in the car ride from Cherez to Kramarovsky, when Sabit Getsi threatened him. And now there are these 2 men that came in and asked for Agim Krasniqi by name. Do you know why there was such a focus on Agim Krasniqi by the KLA?
Unë nuk mëj me ditë.
I cannot know who their focus was on because I didn't ask them, and they didn't need to answer me since I didn't ask them.
I'd ask the court to pull up P303, which is the Albanian, and P303 ET. which is the English translation. And if we can go in the English to the next page. Do you see, and it's going to be on the Albanian, thank you, on the right side. Do you see that this is a communique that says it's published by, by the KLA Military Police Directorate? It's a number, not identified as number 4. Do you see that on the top of the, in the newspaper?
Third personers.
This is the first time that I'm seeing it. I have no idea.
Do you see that it identifies that Agim Krasniqi in the middle? Agim Krasniqi is a member of the LDK presidency who is known to the KLA, and I'm going to, it says intelligence service or Shirbatimit Informativ. Do you see that?
Po shikoj.
Yes, I see that.
And it says that he is an inspirer of the special war against the KLA. Do you know what the special war against the KLA was?
Luft speciale.
This is the first time I'm hearing that description from you, special war against the KLA. There were individuals from different political parties who have engaged in propaganda against the KLA and labeling it not party or party programs or leaders, but individuals in the political parties. But as to a special war against the KLA, this I don't know.
Okay. I'd like to go back to, you mentioned that you were waiting for a way to get back to Pristina. When you were at the house in Kramarosi, did there come a time where you were told to go up Chichavica mountain?
Po.
Yes. The KLA members had that strategy because we had no idea. It was the first time for me to be in that area. I didn't know where Chichavica was. They had the best idea of ensuring that we arrived safely, first in Chichavica and then in Pristina. And I'm grateful to them, and I thank them for that even now.
Did Hashim Thaçi talk to you before you left to go up Chichavica mountain?
He greeted me, we greeted each other. We shook hands like friends, like brothers.
Did he tell you anything about what you should do when you got back to Pristina?
I have forgotten. Believe me, for me, maybe for you it's important, but for me everything is irrelevant. I wasn't interested even in remembering them. The important thing was that we were free. The KLA was clear about everything, and we were free. The Germans say, Hauptsache, that was the main issue for me.
If we can go back to 034236 to 034287. And in the English, it's page 034267. And in the Albanian, it's starting at the middle of 034284. And you were asked by, this is your May 2014 testimony, the prosecutor says, who told you you were going to walk up the mountain? Your answer, Hashim Thaçi. He grabbed my hand, he shook my hand, and said, when you return to Pristina, you are going to resign from the position of the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Kosovo. You are also going to resign from the position of the President of the Liberal Party of Kosovo. I told him I would not resign from any of the positions, and I did not resign. Hashim Thaçi said, even if you are free now, we could kill you in Pristina because we have our own people in Pristina. Then we climbed the mountain. So before you left, when Hashim Thaçi shook your hand as you described, he told you to resign your positions and threatened you. Is that right?
Nuk është e vërtetë.
No, that's not true, and I don't remember that.
Hashim Thaçin jemi përshëndet.
We said goodbye, we greeted one another, we shook hands like men do, like it should be. The others I don't remember. And from these statements in the letter I sent you last year, I distanced myself because, as I said, I gave this statement in a very serious situation when I had buried my relatives. I was very upset. I hope you'll never go through what I went through. And so maybe I have exaggerated in what I've said. So by taking me back to what I said, you are creating new wounds for me and for Kosovo and preventing the process of reconciliation.
After you had that conversation and were about to head up Chichavita Mountain, did you ask Mr. Mehmeti, the homeowner, for an escort because you were concerned about your safety?
Jo, për siguri nuk.
No, we didn't know the way. It was a mountain area. We've never been there before. And we might have taken the wrong way and fallen into a Serbian trap. So our safety was endangered by the Serbs, and they have always been the reason for our unsafety, even today.
Document that's on the screen to 034267 in the English, and the middle, it's on the same page in the Albanian. If we can, I think it's a little further higher on the page. That's perfect, thank you. In the, towards the top of the page, in the bottom of that full paragraph, is part of your answer. You said, in talking about your conversation with Mr. Mehmeti, you say, it began to get dark. I told Ismail again, not by law, but by kanun, you are supposed to give 2 of your sons with us because there were found out that 2 young KLA boys were his sons. I told him that as we walk up the mountain, one was supposed to stay at the start of the column and one at the end because I thought they would attempt to kill us in the forest. So are you saying that was your fear of the Serbians, not of the KLA?
Nga Serbët, normalisht.
Of the Serbs, of course. The entire Drenica and Kosovo were endangered, tortured, and violated by the Serbs. The Serbs came from Serbia to Kosovo. We didn't enter their territory. So they killed people everywhere they could, even in Pristina, even in prison in Dubrava. 170 prisoners were killed, and nobody took any responsibility for that.
You've previously said that your phones were taken away. Were they given back to you at some point?
Normalisht se telefon
Yes, of course, they returned our phones. I said that where we were, there wasn't any signal.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court if we can move into private session briefly for this next series of questions. It relates to information that was provided under 107 with a caveat that it be done under seal.
In a private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in private session.
Go ahead.
Your Honors, we can go back to public session.
Please, back to public session, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Go ahead.
Witness, we spent a lot of time going over what happened, and I've asked you about your 2014 testimony. I want to go briefly through another statement that you made. You spoke to UNMIC in 2001 about this incident when they approached you to ask if you had ever been illegally detained and beaten by the KLA. Do you remember them coming to talk to you?
Edhe njerë du me protestu
I wish to protest again vehemently, if I'm allowed, against the fact that I'm not given the possibility to have a private session hearing, which I have insistingly requested.
Sir, my question is, do you remember speaking to UNMIC in 2001 about this incident when they approached you to ask you if you had ever been illegally detained and beaten by the KLA?
me u qëkën
We had a conversation with the KLA, both in Shiraz and in Baiz. I already said it, that no one beat me up and no one can beat me up.
My question is whether or not UNMIC investigators approached you in 2001 to ask you about what happened in Shiraz in September of 1998. Do you remember that?
thash që ka pas
I said that there were all sorts of people in UNMIC, including people from Russia. And as far as I'm concerned, UNMIC is not credible at all.
Simple. Were you approached by UNMIC or not? Yes or no?
na kanë kontaktu.
They contacted us. I said it yesterday and in the course of our conversations with you, Madam Prosecutor, in the last 3 days, because we had a number of conversations.
Yes or no? Which is it? Did they approach you or did they not?
Po, unë thash po.
Yes, I said yes, and I said it yesterday as well. They contacted us.
And in that conversation, they asked you about what happened in September of 1998 in Shiraz, about your detention by the KLA. Is that right?
Po, për atë
Yes, that was the topic of the conversation.
You gave them the details of, or rather, you told them, you confirmed that you had been, in your words, illegally detained by the KLA, or in response to their question whether you'd been illegally detained, you said you confirmed that. Is that right?
atëherë kam mendu se është e palet.
At that time, I thought it was illegal. Later on, I understood it was necessary for purposes of clarifications regarding our visit. We, on our side as well, we needed information about the KLA, the activities of the KLA. We needed accurate, precise information about the situation and conditions of the civilian population in the area and the KLA activities, because in order to align our positions.
the court to bring up document SITF 000-55783 to 000-55996. And for the English, it's at page SITF 000-55872. And in the Albanian, it's the following page, which ends in 873. Sir, that document, that's a document, did you provide this document to UNMIC in September of 2001 when they came to ask you about your delegation's detention?
Po.
Yes.
And we talked about this a little bit yesterday. You confirmed that this was your handwriting and that these were the names and the political parties of the delegates that were on that visit. So not the journalists, but the members of parliament. Is that right?
Po këto emra kanë
Yes, these names were also in the media.
I want to ask you, on the left-hand side where there are listed numbers, there are circles around the number for 13 of the names. And that includes your name, Veli Bitici, Agim Krasniqi, Simon Augustini, Kurtesh Javaya, Milam Kadriu, Sokol Blakai, Musa Benakai, I think, Hasim Dermaku, Halim Muku, Chaush Barushi, Yusuf Teleku, and Mehdi Bardi. Those are the names that have circles. What are those circles? Well, did you put those circles there?
ndoshta e kam rrethuar.
Maybe I did. These are the names of those who were stopped to have a conversation. Those whose names are not circled do return to Pristina.
And to the right of 6 of those names, Georgette, Agim Krasniqi, Kurtesh Javaya, Sokol Blakai, Yusuf Teleku, and Mehdi Bardi. Did you put those plus signs there to the right?
Këta nuk e di.
I don't know about that. I wouldn't be able to know if I put a plus or a dot 25 years ago or not.
I want to keep this up on the screen, but for council and the court's reference, I'm referring to 034126 to 034127, and the page numbers in Albanian are the same. And it's on page 1, ending in 127. You actually put the plus signs next to the 6 names of the individuals that were beaten. Is that right?
Nuk e di që i kam.
I am not aware, I don't know of having put plus signs, and I distance myself from the wording you used, meaning beaten up. This is very insulting to me, and in addition, it endangers my health and my family. But I believe this is not a concern for you.
Well, as you describe it, are these the 6 individuals who were involved in a physical altercation in the schoolhouse in Bajca?
A kjo është po.
Yes.
And did the UNMIC investigators ask you to give a statement?
Ndoshta kanë kërku
Maybe they did. This was a very long time ago for me to be able to remember all details. And I consider this to be a sort of pressure applied on me.
I'd asked to pull up ERN 034135 to 034141, going to page 034138 in the Albanian, and then for the English, there's a separate document, which is 034138 to 034141-ET, and also on that first page at the top. Is this the statement that you typed out and that you wrote on in your own handwriting at the top and gave to UNMIC the next day after they first approached you? So on 4 September of 2001, you gave them this typed statement that you had prepared?
këto shka është e shkruar me shkrimdore.
The handwriting here is not mine. With respect to what is the content of the text there, I can't prejudge on its value. This was a tendentious approach, and it did not perform greatly in Kosovo.
So your testimony now is that the handwriting at the top of this document is not yours? And that date where it says 4 September 2001, and
It is mine.
and that signature there, that's not your handwriting?
Nuk e thash ashtu unë.
This is not what I said. Perhaps you misunderstood me, or the interpretation was erroneous. I didn't say this is not my signature.
I'm asking you whether the handwriting at the top, so the material that's written in blue ink in Albanian,
Po.
That's my writing, my handwriting. I've said this before, and I would never deny it.
and so this is a typed statement that you prepared and that you handwrote at the top,
Po.
and you gave to the UNMIC investigators on the date that you dated it, which
Oh.
is 4 September 2001. You have to just wait till I'm finished and then provide your answer. So is that all correct?
Po.
Yes.
And I know that you've said you object to the word arrest, but in your own handwriting, it says, because of my concern regarding the arrest by the KLA on 20 September 1998 in Drenica. Is that right?
Në atë moment kur
At the moment when I drafted this immediately after the war in 2001, when we were dealing with other issues, existential matters, to be or not to be matters, family matters, crimes, rehabilitation, I did not think it properly and made mistakes, exaggerations, which I repeatedly pointed out here. At a later stage, I had time to go back in time, to remember things properly, review them, obtain information, And for that reason, in my letter sent to you in 2022, I entirely distanced myself from my statements of this period of time. Now, it's up to you to further consider them. They were exaggerated. I was not clear. I was not convinced.
Statement that you prepared after the investigators came to speak to you, you did describe what happened with Hashim Thaçi, Recep Salimi, Ghani Kotsi, and Sabit Getsi leading this group, detaining and leading the group of KLA that were detaining you in Cherez. Is that right?
Qerez kam sëru dje.
I explained the matter of Cherez yesterday.
I'm talking, when I say Cherez here, I mean Cherez and Baitsa, so I mean the whole detention.
Gjithaj kam sëru dje.
I explained everything yesterday.
And in your letter, you specifically talk about the treatment that you received at the school when you were being held in Baitsa. Is that right?
Gjithaj kam thonë dje dhe
I said everything yesterday, and I stand by those statements as being truthful.
Well, you've said multiple times during your testimony yesterday and today, or yesterday, I believe it was, that you gave a press conference shortly after your return to Pristina, and that has the accurate account of what happened. Do you remember that testimony?
kjo është konferencë.
This is a conference which qualifies historic.
Yesterday, where you told us about this press conference, and you said that this had been the accurate account of things.
Po?
Yes? During which I described accurately what happened. And if possible, we can listen to that conference again.
To go to page that on this document in the English at 034141-ET, and the same in the Albanian, the middle, top to the middle of the page. In this statement, this type statement that you prepared and gave to UNMIC on 4 September 2001, you also discussed that same press conference. Is that right? Is that right?
Po, nuk po shohën që kam.
I can't see it here that I described it. I've also mentioned here the 27th of April 1999, crimes which you never worked on to uncover or elucidate. I spoke about other things in the needs as well. I would be interested to listen to that conference 25 years later.
Said that you called a press conference in Pristina where, for safety reasons regarding the lives of the members of the delegation who were arrested, you gave a cautious and balanced statement to the journalists and did not speak at all of the violence you were subjected to, because that would have placed your lives at permanent risk. So you said in this letter that the press conference wasn't the entire truth, that you left out the violence for your own safety reasons.
Mendoj se
I believe I distanced myself from this description that I gave because we returned to Pristina, we were in our houses. In Beit Sanctuaries, we were in the mountains. In Pristina, we were endangered by the Serbs every day. On that day, 2 hours after my return, if I never had a reason to tell the truth, that was the day, 2 hours after I came back from the mountains, to tell the truth. And I repeat it today in front of you.
And then a little further down in the letter, towards the bottom of the page, you ended by saying, "This is an assessment of the bitter incident that our official delegation from Pristina experienced in Drenica in September 1998, an incident that tarnished our reputation and that of our families. We would like for the truth to come out by blaming no one who's done nothing wrong, but to hold to account each and every one who is responsible for the inhumane actions against the Kosovo political activists who were and are at a permanent risk." And then you signed it. So you were concerned about the risk that your delegation was at. Is that right?
na ishim në luftë.
We were at war. And everyone is endangered, at the risk when you are at war. With respect to the KLA, I have personally never been endangered by them. On the contrary, I was protected by them when needed. And I can prove this with numerous facts. My family and myself have always been endangered, arrested, and killed by the Serbian forces. I don't want to qualify them fascists and terrorists and so on, because they committed genocide, which was not recognized or condemned. However, I had the opportunity 2 hours later to express my feelings of being upset after the conversation in Drenica.
You've also, sir, said during your testimony that you exaggerated and that you had political revenge, but in this statement that I've just read to you in 2001, you actually say that all you're seeking is for the truth to come out and that you're not blaming anyone who's done nothing wrong, that you're only seeking to hold those responsible accountable. So there's nothing about a revenge or a distaste for any particular group. You yourself, in your own words, say that all you're seeking is accountability and the truth. Is that right?
Kështu që edhe vetë që këja është
The KLA itself is interested to bring out the truth and to remove this black cloud fomented and fabricated by Senator Dick Marty and many other Serbian and Russian anti-Kosovo circles.
Not my question. My question is about your own words. So is that what you said in 2001, that all you were
No.
seeking was accountability and the truth?
edhe sot kam dëshirë me dalë vërtet.
And I still want the truth to come out, and I will always want this. But again, I absolutely distance myself from these exaggerations, words referring to revenge, unbalanced wordings. It's unfair to accuse somebody for things they have not done or committed. I did not have time to think about these things in 2001. I had other matters to deal with, family matters.
You also gave on the 4th of September a number of documents to UNMIC that were related to this whole incident. And so you provided them. These are documents that you had. I'm going to show you all of these documents to go through them and show you each one at a time. So if we can bring up 034155 to 034155, and it's the same in English and Albanian. Sir, do you see this article on the screen? And if we can go to the bottom of the Albanian, your handwriting with the date 4 September 2001 and your signature.
These sorts of pieces of paper are completely irrelevant, in my opinion. This is a party leaflet which was published, was accessible to anyone. There's nothing secret here or anything important, in my opinion. This was published as a publication of the LDK. I did not draft it, I did not publish it. I was expecting some sort of document, but I don't see any document here. These are newspapers. You know Balkan newspaper.
Question, and I just ask you to listen to my question and just answer that question so that I can stay within the time that's allotted to me. All right. All I'm asking is, do you see your signature and handwriting on the bottom of the page? And is this a document that you gave to UNMIC on 4 September 2001 when you were telling them about the events of September 1998?
This is my signature, but this is a worthless document. Pieces from newspapers cannot be documents. People write as they wish and what they want to.
Po?
Yes. Yes.
Time because you believed it had information that was relevant to your detention. Is that right? I understand that you have a different opinion now, but at the time, you gave it to them because you believed it was relevant.
UNMIC had these documents before I gave them to it because they were public.
My question is, when you gave it to them, because you've already confirmed that you gave it to them, when you did that, it's because you believed it had information that was relevant to your detention in September of 1998. That's why you gave it to them. Is that right?
Yes. And you are saying that my approach has changed. In fact, it has been completed and it's become more accurate when I had time enough later on to think it over, to collect information from the ground, from certain individuals, to come to the truth of what happened. After the war, I didn't have a minute to think about it. I had other things to attend to, family matters.
I understand. I'm going to ask that we go to P00319. And that's the same in Albanian and in English? And in the Albanian, if we can scroll down to the bottom. Thank you. And this is another document. It's a newspaper article from Cohaditore on the 22nd of September, 1998, that you gave to UNMIC on the 4th of September of 2001. And that's your signature and the date at the bottom. And you gave it to them because you believed it had relevant information to your detention. Is that right?
It's my signature. It's public daily, and UNMIC might have access to it before me, after me. It was accessible for every citizen of Kosovo or outside of Kosovo. It's a public letter. Public.
I understand, but we can see from this document that they didn't access it from the public, that they got it from you, because your handwriting and date and signature is on there. So my question is, if you gave it to them because you believed it was relevant to the events of September of 1998.
Yes. And it's not at all a mistake. It was just a mere newspaper. You could get it, buy it everywhere in the street, at the kiosk.
You gave it to them in September of 2001, which was 3 years after it was published and you could buy it on the newspaper stand, right? So you had saved this article in relation to your detention in 1998. Is that right?
I kept several articles, newspaper articles, and I think every politician does that. And this article, this newspaper, was, as I said, accessible to UNMIC before I gave it to it. And for me, it's not relevant at all. For me personally. For you, it's another matter.
I'd ask the court to bring up SITF 00055,783 to 00055,996, and within that document, the English at page 00055,883, and in Albanian, the following page 00055,884. It's around page 100 of the PDF, if that's helpful. I think 101. And in the Albanian, thank you. And speaking of newspaper articles, this is another newspaper article, this one dated from 2 September 1998, so earlier in the month. And at the bottom, that's your handwriting as well as the date, same date, 4 September 2001, and your signature. Is that right?
Yes, it's my signature. And it is about the displaced, Albanian displaced, facing a true humanitarian catastrophe about which few people were interested in.
Thought it was relevant to what happened in September of 1998, is that right?
It is also a piece of paper that UNMIC might have had, and everybody may have had it. It's a public newspaper.
Again, sir, that's not my question. My question is, you gave it to them on this date because you believed it was relevant to the events of September 1998. Is that right?
Unë ju thash
I said yes at the beginning. That's my signature. And wherever I see my signature, I will always say yes, it is my signature. I will never deny it.
And I'm not suggesting that you were denying that. I had a separate question. It was about why you gave it to them, and it was that you believed it was relevant to the events of September of 1998. Is that right?
kjo edhe mund këtë lidhje
It may be relevant, but my 25 years of struggle against Milosevic regime every day and every night, and I paid very dearly for it in Kosovo. My struggles and my fight during these 25 years consisted of trying to find the truth regarding the conversation we had in Kires, and by it's something that even today my family is paying a price for. We paid it from my dismissal from the position of ambassador.
I'd ask the court if we can bring up the next document, which is 034-162-034-162. And it's the same, I believe the English translation has an A at the end, so 034-162A-ET. And at the top of the page there, you can see this is a Bodasat article from the 9th of July, 2000, that you dated for September 2001 and signed and gave to UNMIC. Is that right?
Zotë kryetar gjykatës.
Your Honor, Chairman of the panel, I would kindly ask you to pass to private session.
Nëse është e mundur.
Possible.
For what reason?
And sir, did you provide this document as well to UNMIC because you believed it was relevant to the events of September of 1998?
Çfarë rëndësie ka
What relevance does it have when they are public articles? UNMIC, everyone out there could have had access to such writings, such articles in newspapers. Of course, it was me who gave it to UNMIC, it's my signature, but what you are denying me a private session, this is a direct threat to my family. And I don't think you have the right to do that, but you can, and go on, do it.
Your Honor, just based on the last answer, I would ask briefly for a private session to follow up on his last answer.
Microphone, please.
Madam Court Officer, into private session, please.
Your Honors, we're now in private session.
Sir, you just said this is a threat. Is that because you're listed here in this article as someone who's under investigation by the KLA Secret Service?
Jo,
No. This is a threat by the court, because from the very beginning I asked for private sessions. I am responsible for the destiny, for the fate of my children. We live in the Balkans. We don't live in Finland or in Scandinavian countries in Europe or in America, where law is fully abided for and human rights are respected. Your mission will end one day. You know when the day is, and those who have ordered the establishment of this mission.
All right, that was my only follow-up question, Your Honor, so I don't have any more questions for private session.
Have you fully stated your reason for private session?
ik kam thonë këtu në
Yes, yes, I already pointed out my reasons, my family. Your presiding judge and you, prosecutor, these are my reasons. They are not personal reasons. Microphone, please.
Stated fully your request for a private session? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Insufficient information before the court to provide for a private session on this line of questioning, so we will go back to public session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
You may proceed.
All right, if we could bring up, we're in the same document, oh, no, sorry, we're going back to SITF 000-55783 to 000-55996, and then specifically starting at page 000-55895 in the English, and at page 000-55897 in the Albanian. And do you see on the bottom of the Albanian, this is another article, it's a newspaper article. It looks like the word, your handwriting is on the bottom, but it looks like the signature is cut off. Is that your handwriting at the bottom below the article?
po,
Yes. Yes, it's my handwriting.
Article actually about what you told us about in your testimony yesterday about your delegation being not being allowed to pass when you were stopped in Peja, so you could not complete your humanitarian visit. Is that right?
është e vërtetë.
Yes, right.
And you gave this article as well because you thought it was relevant to the events of September of 1998. Is that right?
Po,
Yes.
Ask the court to bring up in the same document, oh no, we have to go to a different document now. It's on P00320. And it's a multi-language document, so one side is English, one page is English, one is Albanian. Now, sir, this one does not have your signature on it or your handwriting, but it is marked as an exhibit and then just in the same order of all of these other ones with an XYZ and then a number. And it has the same note at the bottom where the same investigator says they received it from you. So do you remember giving this document to UNMIC on 4 September 2001?
No,
I don't remember that. There is no signature. When there is not my signature, there may be speculations.
Remember giving them an appeal that the head of the parliament had issued while your delegation was still being detained, asking for your release? Do you remember giving them that item?
nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember that.
I'd ask to go back to the SITF 000-55783 to 000-55996, specifically at page SITF 000-55877 in the English, and SITF 000-55879 in the Albanian. And if we could just zoom out in the Albanian so we can try to see the whole document. Thank you. And sir, that document does not have your signature or your handwriting, but it has an exhibit number in the top right-hand corner, XYZ-8, which is the same in order. So all of the earlier ones, they were 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 8. And it has the same note by the investigator from UNMIC at the bottom, where it says it was received from you on 4 September of 2001. And this is about an earlier visit, the list of delegates that you had from one of the earlier humanitarian visits. Do you remember giving this document to UNMIC investigators?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember, and this is simply a list of the member of delegation during one of the 4 visits we had.
Okay, and then if we can go to, in the same document that's on the screen, if we can go to page 000-55874 in the English and 000-55876 in the Albanian. And this is, again, the next item in order, XYZ9 in the top right, with the same note by the investigator that was received on 4 September from you, but your signature or date or name, none of that is on here. Your handwriting is not on here. Do you remember giving, and this is a list of delegates from the 29th of August, if so a different visit. Do you remember giving the UNMIC investigators that item?
Nuk e besoj.
I don't think so. I see here names that were not at all during the visit with us.
All right. Going back to the appeal that I showed you from the head of the parliament, I know you said you didn't see your signature or handwriting on it, but are you aware that the head of parliament actually made that appeal to the public while you were in detention seeking your release?
Më thonë drejtën,
To tell you the truth, the former speaker, Idris Ayeti, academician, now is no longer alive. And I would have liked to ask him whether he wrote such a letter. I am not aware of it. He may have written that, but I cannot confirm it since I don't know. Otherwise, I respect that person.
Okay. I want to go back to your, when you were in detention, I asked you yesterday about whether you were offered any medical care. And this is specifically in the real-time transcript, page 93, lines 13 to 20. I asked you whether or not any members of the delegation were offered medical treatment, and you said we didn't need to. We didn't need any. But my question was whether you were offered any. So I'm going to ask the court to bring up 034236 to 034287, and specifically at 034261 in the English and 034278 in the Albanian. And in the English, if we can go a little further down on the page. Thank you. Witness, you say there in the middle of the page, I was questioned. The prosecutor asks, who was there? And your answer is Hashim Thaçi and Sabit Getsi, and they did not have any rules. They would come in and out of the room. They did not offer us any medical help, like asking us if we had any pain or providing us with a doctor. So do you remember that you didn't actually, you were never offered any medical care? Is that right?
nuk kemi kërkuar, s'kemi pas nevojë.
We didn't ask for any medical care and we didn't need any.
Offered any. Is that right?
Nuk di pse duhet dikuj më
I don't know why you should offer any medical aid to someone if he doesn't ask for it.
Offered any medical care?
Jo,
No,
jo se s'kishte nevojë.
no, because we didn't need it.
Yesterday, you told us that when you were going up Chichavicha Mountain, that you fell 4 times. And this is the first time that
Jemi
you
rrezu
told.
disa.
Several times.
So are you saying that you're not sure how many times now?
Po thash, ndoshta
I said maybe it was 3-4 times that I fell. I described the mountainous rock terrain, and in that kind of terrain it was quite probable that one might fall.
Ask you a few more questions about that. So when you fell, I want you to describe, I want to take it one at a time for the falls that you had. So where were you on your journey up the mountain when you fell for the first time?
Kjo është një pyetje
It is a question that nobody in the world might answer, to know the exact place where I fell after 25 years.
I'm not asking you for coordinates. I'm just asking you where you were. Since you've told us for the first time that you have a recollection of falling, I'd like to know the additional details about what you remember. So can you tell us about that?
njerë sakt më kujtohet
I remember one time accurately, the others I don't remember. It was possible. It was in the schoolyard when I was going to the toilet. It was outside. It was not inside. There was no bathroom inside. It was night and I fell. I got up. But I didn't want to fall down, but I just fell down. What could I say?
So you're now telling us about an additional fall that you had not on Chicha Mountain, but at the schoolhouse?
ka pas vende thash jam
I fell 3-4 times because I was rather heavy physically and I was not used to walking on hard terrain and, in mountains. We were focused on the shelling going on. It was night, it was dark, it was raining. It was a wet terrain. And it's not a crime to fall down.
Of these falls. So what do you remember about the fall?
Detalet
Did you
nuk e di.
trip? Let me finish my question, sir. Did you trip? Did you knock into somebody? Did you slip? What happened during these falls?
masken
My foot slipped, the others I don't know, I don't remember. Just anybody might trip and fall down or slip.
How did you land when you fell?
unë jam kon sportist.
I used to be a sports person and I got up very soon without any problem and I continued our mission.
I'm glad that you got up quickly. My question is, how did you land? Like what side of your body did you land on? Did you fall backwards? Did you fall forwards?
Këto janë pyetjet
These are questions that I can't answer. I have forgotten how I fell, on what part. After 25 years, to ask me where I fell down, how I fell down, I find it hard to answer. It would be a speculation. I don't like to speculate.
And this is just one fall, so can you describe any other falls other than this one where you slipped to us with any other details?
unë e thash edhe një herë.
I already told you. Oh, I know. You're asking me because it's part of your duty. I respect that. But to ask me about specific details after 25 years, it does make no sense to me. I can't remember those details. I wouldn't remember if it happened yesterday, maybe.
We're time for our morning break. We will take a half-hour break at this time. Witness, the court usher will escort you out of the courtroom. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Usher, would you please bring the witness in? The prosecution still has some questions for you, so we will give the floor to the prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Throughout your testimony, you've mentioned a press conference that you gave on a date, I believe yesterday you testified you thought could have either been the 22nd or 23rd of September. Is that right?
That's right.
And you gave this press conference after the ICRC drove you back to Pristina. But did you go directly to the press conference or did you go home first?
Before answering this question, I will again openly protest against the decision to hold this session in public. With respect to the press conference, I held that conference 2 hours after arriving in Pristina. I first went home and then from home to the venue of the press conference. I was told that there were journalists and reporters interested to know more, so I went to the seat of the LDK where the office of President Rugova was, and offices were there to hold press conferences as well.
You said that you went home. What did you do at home?
I visited my family. I cleaned myself up like any normal person would do, got ready, and went to the press conference.
When you say you cleaned yourself up, so you showered and shaved and put on fresh clothes?
No, I only shaved. Because I would always, throughout my career, shave when I went to political rallies or demonstrations, or I wanted to be ready if I would die. So it's a ritual. I wear shave every day. These are what I would probably qualify as unimportant details.
When we met last week in the references 116768 to 116787, specifically at page 116776, paragraphs 34 and 35. I'd ask the court to pull up P321, which is a video that's in evidence. And once it's up, I'd ask to go to timestamp 1718, please. And I'd ask if you could just play a brief portion from 1718 to 1733, and then pause it at 1733, please.
Who's the organizer, who's leading the war? We said that we were from Pristina, 30 participants in the delegation, and the journalists.
Okay. Sir, can you identify the 4 men that are in that video, starting from the left side of your screen to the right?
Sokol Blakay,
Sokol Blakay.
Start from the left-hand side of the screen and go to the right. So is Sokol Blakay the person with the white hair on the left-hand side of the screen?
okay. Yeah,
No, that person is Simone Agustini, the person with the white hair.
Dini.
Mona,
Myself, George Deday,
Left.
Thaçi,
Veli Butucci, and Sokol Blakay.
All right. And these other men, as you previously testified, were among the people that were detained with you in Cherez and Baitsa. Is that right?
Kemi pas bashkëbisedim
We had a conversation with the KLA members in Baiz and in Cherez.
And of the four of you that are there, you've previously identified the 6 members of the delegation that were involved in what you've said is a physical altercation. Of those 6 that were involved in the physical altercation, only 2 of you are on the screen here, right? Simone Augustini and Vili Bitucci were not involved in the physical altercation. Is that right?
po.
That's right. No. That's right, they were not involved. And in this parliamentary clash where so-called Laga and myself, I'm referring to people from this photograph.
Well, Black Eye were involved in this physical altercation. And you previously have said in your May 2014 testimony, and the reference is 034236-034287, specifically at page 034261 in English and 034278 in Albanian. You said, when asked about injuries, that Sokol Black Eye had injuries on his face. Is that right?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember.
I'd ask the court to advance to timestamp 2005.
Madam Prosecutor, just for the record, this video has previously been classified as confidential. We will reclassify it as public.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize for not addressing that at the outset.
A humanitarian nature.
Short clip, and I'm happy to ask the court to replay it. Did you see that played on your screen, sir?
Po.
Yes.
That it's paused there, and Mr. Black Eye is raising his left hand towards his face. Do you see that?
Pse ka pas ndalume?
Why? Was it forbidden for him to raise his hand to his face?
Po të gjithë po shohim se ka.
But we all can see that. I also raised my hand on several occasions here and there.
Play the video clip, please.
Yes, if we could start at 2005 and pause it at 2009, so a second before it's paused now, if we could do that.
Karakterit humanitar, ato forca ai efektiv.
And I know his head is tilted down, but do you see Mr. Black Eye's face in that screen?
Po, shoh.
Yes, I do. The now deceased so-called Black Eye.
Above his left eyebrow.
Mr. President, I'm going to object to the leading. There's a question to be asked, and she should just ask it, but not direct him to try to make argument about whether there is or isn't visible injuries on his face.
I actually didn't ask that question. Do you see the area above so-called Black Eye's left eyebrow, that darkened area? Do you see that?
Unë s'kam vrejt kur gjanë.
I did not notice anything on Sokol Blakaj.
About any previous time, I'm asking you as you look at the screen right now.
As nuk e kam të qartë shka.
It's unclear to me what I see. I cannot distinguish. I can see Sokol Blakaj only.
Previously testified in May of 2014 that he had an injury on his face. So my question to you is that where he is injured?
Une nashta këtu një herë kam ja.
Maybe I will repeat this 1,000 times, that I have distanced myself from everything I've said from 2001 to 2014 and so on, because I was in a very severe mental and health and psychological condition because of my family members and situations. I should leave the dead rest in peace and not remove their bodies and their corpses 25 years later.
For him, and then we expect you to answer the question.
My question simply, sir, was, do you see that area above Sokol Blakaj's left eyebrow, and is that the area where he was injured?
I'm sorry, Ms. President, that wasn't the previous
Okay,
question.
I apologize. My colleague is correct. Let me read the previous question. I was on the one before that. My question was, you previously testified in May 2014 that he, Sokol Blakaj, had an injury on his face. So my question to you is that where he is injured?
Unë nuk jam mjek.
I am not a doctor. I was not a doctor there to examine who was injured or not. It could be I see some sort of sign, small sign there. If Sokol Blakaj were still alive, he would be in a better position to tell how and where he got that injury. I was not a doctor, and I was not inspecting or examining them.
Turn to your injuries, and in 2014, you testified that you were injured when you were asked about your physical injuries, and this is at 034236 to 034287, specifically in English 034260. And when asked about your physical injuries, you said, they were very serious. For a few days, my whole arm became black all the way to my fingernails. And when the weather changes, my right arm, from the shoulder down to the fingernails, hurts a lot always. This was a permanent injury that I sustained. And at that time, you actually showed a photograph to investigators depicting your injuries. Is that right?
Nuk kam tregu kurfar fotograf.
I did not show any photograph. I did not remember having shown any photograph. I explained that my injury was a result of an incident when I fell on the ground myself, and I think it's something that can happen.
Ask on P00321 to please go to timestamp 1929 and to play it until 2005 and pause it there.
I think that this, the detention, in my opinion, was pointless. There was no reason for us to be detained because we were public individuals. We were there because of our activity, our work, and the public opinion knows we've done things legally. We've always worked legally. We didn't go there to do any propaganda, be that political or party related or for or against the KLA. I said it at the outset, our mission was of a nature.
Do you see your right hand on the screen, sir?
Krejtësisht is normal.
Entirely normal. I see I have my both hands. And I see myself when I was younger.
So you're saying that your right hand is not black all the way down to its fingernails? It's totally normal?
Jo, është normal.
It's normal. And if it's darkened, I explained. Now, these questions are, if I were, even if I were Einstein or a robot with a cassette player, I fell off. It was rainy, slippery, the road was damaged, we were in the mountains, so if I fell on the ground or if it rained, you want to blame the KLA for that too.
Is it normal or is it black all the way down to its fingernails?
Për mu është normal.
I don't see anything darkened. It's normal to me. It's normal. Maybe I can't see well. And it's better to not see everything we experience, we go through.
And the fall that you took on Chicha Mountain, you said it was dark, so it was the night before the press conference, is that right?
I said that I remember that I fell by the Mijeni school. It was dark, it was rainy. If you have the possibility to go back in time and check the weather conditions, you can. So this happened several meters from the school building. There were holes and potholes, and it was difficult terrain. What you are showing here now is, by doing this, you're just destroying our lives, but you're not gaining anything. To tell the truth, now I've reached the point now where I'd rather go to a cell, if you have a cell here, or prison, life term, or even death sentence, instead of, rather than you putting me through this emotional, psychological ordeal and damage to my family.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure the record is clear. You're not talking about the falls on Chicha Mountain, because the school was in Bajca, not on the mountain. So you're now telling us there's another fall? Sir, let me finish my question. You're now telling us about another fall that you took at the school in Bajca, is that right?
I fell several times. Now, I did not have a camera to video record myself. each time I fell. This is absurd. Now, if your intention is something different, then just do it and don't mistreat us here, because you're mistreating our families.
Questions so that we can
Yeah.
get through your testimony.
Sir, I
In the
just,
room, Secretary General.
Honorable presiding judge, I'm not holding speeches here. I'm just saying that I fell on several occasions.
Your Honor, I just have two questions that I'd ask to move in private session for.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in private session.
I'd say those were my only two questions in private, so we
Okay.
could go back to public, Your Honor.
Madam Court Officer, back into public session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
All right. Go ahead, Madam Prosecutor.
Sir, I just have one last topic I want to ask you, and that is, you said that you went on these visits, these humanitarian visits, because of the terrible conditions in Kosovo at the time. Is that right?
Jo veç kushtet na
Not only terrible conditions, but a genocide was being perpetrated in Kosovo that was never acknowledged and condemned by international community. And instead of that, it's condemning us who defended our freedom and independence with our blood.
And you actually went on several visits in very close succession. So you tried to go on 4 visits, but you only made it to 3 until you got to Chiraz, and that was in about less than a month. Is that right?
të gjithë anëtarët e këtij
All the members of the delegation were honorable, dignified men who were willing to lay down their lives for Kosovo. And the purpose of the visits, even in Jerez, which was the last one, was to see from close up, with our own eyes, the humanitarian condition of the civilian population, which was subject to constant terror, killings, and murders by the Serbian forces.
Right, but after the KLA stopped you and detained your delegation for 2 days, you didn't conduct any more of these very, very important humanitarian visits, did you?
Shqeqani
Look here, I am repeating. The KLA was in its own right to discuss with us because we were an extended delegation and they might have had their suspicions, grounded or not, in regard to some of us. So in order to clarify things, they needed to have a conversation with us.
I understand, but if their point was to stop you from doing that, it worked, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to
Absolutisht jo.
the leading. I don't believe this is relates to a prior inconsistent statement, so I would object to the leading question.
Microphone, please.
Arman,
May I? None of the members of the KLA never ever told us that from now on you cannot engage in future visits. When they saw that everything was okay with us, nobody told us that from now on you cannot have any other visit here or forbid us to have visits there.
I have no more questions, Your Honor. I don't have any more questions, but I do have an application to admit the items that I used with this witness,
The items,
the documents that I used with this witness. I'd move for the admission.
including the statements.
Yes, Your Honor. So I would move for the admission. I'll start with just under 138, the exhibits that I showed to the witness.
Why don't you start with the statements, if that's what
Okay,
you're offering?
that's under a different rule. So I would move under Rule 143-2C. I move for the admission of the witness's 2014 statements, which is 034236 to 034287.
That's the ULEX statement.
It is, Your Honor. And also the type statement from 2001 that this witness prepared, which is 034135 to 034141 Red 2. That's the Albanian version, and the corresponding English is 034138-034141-ET. So I would move for the admission of both of those pursuant to Rule 143 2C. And then I have an application as to the other items under Rule 138.
So only that one statement, not the unmixed statement, is that correct?
Both of the, the one unmixed that is typed, Your Honor.
What?
The unmixed statement that this witness prepared. So there's one 2014 statement and then one unmixed typed statement.
All right. Any objection to those? We'll go on to the others.
We don't object to the admission. We have our continuing objection in terms of how it can be used. And so, and that is that anything that's put to him with respect to anything that's inconsistent with what he said in court can be used for the truth of the matter asserted. The Thaçi defense position is that things in those statements that were not put to him and therefore are not inconsistent with anything he said can't be used for the truth of the matter asserted. But in terms of admission, I hope you were able to follow that. If not, I'm happy to do it later. But in terms of admission, we don't object.
Yeah, sorry, Your Honor. I just wonder, I think that there's a number of documents that they're going to propose to be putting into evidence along with 143 statements, of which I think there will be some substantive discussion. I wonder if it might be more efficient to do this in writing, to have them provide a list, and we can then respond in writing.
Well, I don't know if Mr. Misitich would agree on his cross-examination to have some items that are not yet offered.
I also, if I may be heard, I wouldn't be comfortable concluding my examination after offering evidence on something
I
that's
understand
straightforward
that.
that doesn't require briefing.
I think we have no choice but to go through this and get those in that are going to go in. I appreciate your offer, but I don't think it'll work. So the ULEX statement is admitted under 143 2C, plus the additional statements or the additional documents mentioned, and should be assigned numbers.
Your Honor,
Exhibit numbers, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, the first statement under ERN 034236 to 034287 RED will be Exhibit P680. And Your Honor, if I can clarify, it's marked as confidential. Should it remain confidential?
We don't have an objection to reclassification, although we would like to see if there's any personal details based on what we've discussed in court that need to be redacted.
We can do that within 5 days or something, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And the next statement under ERN 034135 to 034141 RED 2, and its English translation 034138 to 034141-ET will be Exhibit P681. And Your Honor, that is the same issue with the classification, if we can get that clarified.
Have we mentioned all the exhibits that go with that statement?
No, Your Honor. So these are separate, and I don't think they are necessary under 143. That's why I wanted to take them
All
up
right.
separately.
Okay.
There are exhibits that I showed to the witness that he identified that he provided to UNMIC and have his handwriting. They are as follows. What was it marked by UNMIC as Exhibit XYZ-1? That document number is, ERN number is SITF 000-55783 to 00055, I'm sorry, 3 zeros. 000-55996 is the full document, and XYZ1, the exhibit I'm talking about at the English, is SITF 000-55872, and the Albanian is SITF 000557873. So that's the first item, Exhibit XYZ1. The next is Exhibit XYZ2, which is a different ERN, not part of that large document. It's 034155 to 034155-ET in English, and corresponding the same ERN without the ET, so 034155 to 034155 in Albanian. I'm skipping XYZ3 because it's already in evidence as P00319. XYZ4 is in that larger document, SITF 000557883 to 000559996. The English is at SITF 000558883. The Albanian is on the following page at SITF 000558884. The next one is XYZ5. It's its own ERN. The ERN is 034162 to 034162A, ET for the English, and the same ERN without the ET in the Albanian, so 034162 to 034162A. The next is marked as Exhibit XYZ6. It's part of that larger document, SITF 000557883 to 000559996. The English is at page SITF 0005585 to 0005586. And the corresponding Albanian is at SITF 00055897. And those are the exhibits. The last, number 7 is already in evidence. Number 8 and 9, the witness did not confirm, so I'm not offering those.
No objection.
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to register our objection to, I think it is XYZ5, ERN 034162. Unlike the other documents, this is an article that is written well outside the indictment period. It has nothing to do with the events on September 1999. This is an unauthored newspaper article that appears to be itself extracted from a separate newspaper article, Tema. And the underlying document that the article speculates about is not provided to the defense. It is also full of patent errors, including referencing Bislam Zarapi as the head of the Secret Service, whereas the article that it's commenting on clearly provides the accurate description of Mr. Zarapi. So we'd say that the probative value is very low. At the same time, the speculation that the article engages in is highly prejudicial. It speculates that the underlying document is a tailing scheme and execution list. That doesn't appear anywhere in the underlying document, but those are highly prejudicial statements. In the English translation, it adds an additional column, a third column, where the article has gone and made conclusions about a list of abbreviations, a list of initials, but there's no explanation as to how they reached those conclusions. So for those reasons, we think the probative value is quite low. The prejudicial speculation that the editorial article engages in is quite high. We also note that the underlying document that hasn't been provided to the defense appears to be signed by an individual the prosecution seeks to call. And so if a proper foundation is to be laid with this document we submit, it should be laid with the witness who purports to have signed the document, and that can be done. Those are the submissions.
Okay, I understand your objection. Go ahead, Mr. Ellis.
We join that objection, Your Honor. We also join the objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
1 through 4 and 6 are admitted, the XYZ 1 through 4. And as to 5, we'll mark for identification. We'll take a look at it and rule on it either later today or tomorrow. Go ahead.
May I just briefly respond?
Sure, you may.
I understand the objection. However, it's not, there's more to it than that. This witness provided this document to UNMIC in connection with the questioning, so he draws a relevance and a connection to it. The probative value is therefore higher than stated, and under the 138 standard, it satisfies it. It is important what was in his mind, and there has been testimony about future threats, about the antipathy towards this witness in particular, and other people that were even further singled out from this delegation. So we think the probative value is established, and it's beyond just the article itself. And this was in Bodasat, which was publicly then known, so it goes to the climate of what happened after this and his statements.
We'll take a look at it. Anything else to offer? Oh, I'm sorry. Madam Court Officer Stood. Do you have something? Oh. Yeah, give the numbers to them, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the first under SITF 000-55877 for the English and the corresponding Albanian under SITF 000-55873, which will be extracted from the larger ERN SITF 000-55783 to 000-55996 will receive exhibit number P682. The second document under 034155 to 034155 and the English translation under 034155 and 034155-ET will be exhibit P683. SITF 000-55883 for the English and SITF 000-55884 for the Albanian, which will also be extracted from the large ERN quoted earlier, will be assigned exhibit P684. 034162 to 034162A and the English 034162 to 034162A-ET will be P685 marked for identification. And the last one, SITF 000-55895 to SITF 000-55896 for the English and SITF 000-55897 for the Albanian will be exhibit P686, Your Honor. Thank you.
Those exhibits are all admitted into evidence by the P number enumerated. Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. How much time do we have? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Good afternoon, witness. My name is Luka Mišitic. I am counsel for Mr. Thaçi, and I will have some questions for you for the rest of today and likely into tomorrow morning as well. Before I begin, I just wanted to ask you or instruct you that I will ask specific questions that will usually require a factual answer from you. So I'd ask you to keep your answers limited to the questions I pose, and we can get this through this much more quickly if we proceed on that basis. And I wanted to let you know that if I believe you are moving beyond what I wanted to ask you, I will raise my hand like this. It's not intended to be impolite. I just want to let you know that I think you're going beyond, and I'd like you to stop so that we can refocus on the questions that I have. Do you understand that instruction?
Po.
Yes, I do.
I first want to pick up on something you said yesterday, just by way of background. Yesterday in court, you made a comment. You said that even within the official structures, meaning the structures with President Rugova, there were people who did not respect the structures. Do you recall saying that?
Po.
Yes.
Just by way of background, after the Dayton Agreement, there started to be splits within the LDK. Is that accurate?
Ka pas shkarja, ka pas.
There were some disagreements, individual splits.
By the end of 1997, is it fair to say that certain people, that these splits went all the way down to the local LDK structures, where people were leaving the LDK by the end of 1997?
Po. Ka
Yes, there were, as I said, individuals who had different thoughts and acted differently.
For example, if Mehmet Hayrizi had left the LDK by the end of 97.
Po nuk e di datën, por e di
I don't know the date, but I know that some individuals left the LDK.
edhe ai se më duket
I think he too left the LDK structures.
edhe ai
He too, I'm sure of that, he left the LDK structure and joined the KLA.
He had left as well?
Veton Soroj
I don't know if Veton Suroi was member of LDK.
civile.
He was more involved in the civil society.
Is it fair to say that these divisions existed before the KLA emerged in late 97? The divisions within the LDK structures.
Po ka pas për
Yes, there were divisions because some individuals thought that the Kosovo case couldn't be resolved only through press releases and conferences with public appearances, and that it was necessary to have an active organization. And with the appearance of the KLA in November 97, then the situation changed greatly on the grassroots level.
Then that some of those people within the LDK who wanted a more, let's say, aggressive approach and who had these conflicts within the LDK, they brought their LDK conflicts into the KLA when they joined the KLA?
nuk di çka kanë
I don't know what they brought into the KLA, but I do know that it was an immediate need to respond to Serbian invasion of Kosovo, which as of 89, when the Kosovo autonomy was suspended, was engaged in ethnic cleansing, terrorized the population, expelled the Albanians from their work positions. So it was a response mostly in self-protection and prevention of ethnic cleansing. In general lines, this is how it was.
Let's turn to where we began yesterday, which is these organized humanitarian visits that started in August of 98. There were 4 visits total, is that correct?
Gjithsesi kemi bërë
Yes, 4 visits.
And prior to the visit to Chires, had you encountered the KLA on any of the prior 3 visits?
unë jo nuk kam taku.
Me personally, no. First encounter was in Pagarush, in the Malishev area, and I mentioned it yesterday as well. And I was very happy that I did, even though the party that I led in its 97 Congress, after the appearance of KLA in November, in our platform, we had it that every people should have its army, its police, security forces to be able to protect the population of the country.
Okay. And I noticed
Tu ka pas edhe plasaritje, më fal.
There were also disagreements or cooling off of between the forces that represented politics, even with the Liberal Party. The reason was that I had many international meetings, and I was one of the persons who was very active. And often, when I asked for NATO intervention, they told me that NATO cannot intervene if you invite it to come through your press conferences.
about the visit in Pagarush. In 2014, you stated that, let me just read it to you, we encountered the KLA for the first time in Pagarush or in Senek. They were very grateful and enabled us to contact the population. Is that accurate?
I just asked for a site.
Yes, it's the 2014
Oh.
ULEX statement, page 4.
Yes.
I would just ask for an ERN. There are 2 sections to that document, so there are 2 page 4s in the PDF.
Okay, it's 034236 to 034287, page 4. And it's ERN 034239 is the page. So it's accurate that on the visit to Pagarush, the KLA were grateful that the delegation had arrived, and they were the ones that enabled you to contact the population? Is that correct?
Po,
Yes. They cooperated with us, they helped us, made sure that we meet the population to see the alarming situation of the civilian population in that area.
And then, do you recall any other contact with the KLA on any other visits other than the one to Pagarush?
nuk më kujtohet që kam.
I don't recall to have had any other encounter.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the visit to Chires. You informed the Serbian police of the intention to travel to Chires, correct?
Unë kam qenë
I was the head of the delegation in charge to inform only the international organizations. I even informed Brussels,
liberal demokrat.
the Liberal Democratic Alliance in Brussels, where I was a member. I was a member of the executive committee of this alliance. After the war, I was the deputy chairman of the International Liberal International in London. I informed the international organizations in Pristina too, the U.S. Observation Mission, UNHCR. So I wasn't keen on interesting others. Maybe some other member of the delegation may have had informed other institutions, or I'm talking what I did myself.
Okay. Well, do you know what Police Service 92 is? Or was?
E di shërbimit i cili na kanë zi jetën.
I know the service that made our lives miserable killed our families.
What is now Exhibit P681. And within that document, it's the first page of the document in English and in Albanian. This is the 2001 letter that you typed to UNMIK. And if we go towards the middle of the page in the paragraph that begins in September 1998. And if you, yeah. Sorry, it's the same document. There is no Albanian. Or there is, sorry.
I believe that the English that's in evidence is actually a different document. It's 034138 to 034141. That's the item that's in evidence for the English.
Is that it? P681? Yes. So if you go to the third paragraph from the bottom, it says, we would give prior notification to the American office, USIS in Pristina, the UNHCR office, the observation mission, the EU office, Police Service 92, both for our route and for the purpose of our visit to the civilian population in the conflict areas. Do you see that?
Unë se kam njoftu.
I did not give notice. I wouldn't do it, and I didn't do it. No one can ever find a fact establishing that I did give notification.
Did it or somebody else did it, but you were the head of the delegation, and you obviously know that somebody did it because it's in your letter to UNMIK. So who then gave notification to Police Service 92?
Nuk moj me spekulu.
I cannot speculate and indicate names because that would be unfair. Some of the members of the delegation are now deceased, and I would not want to mention their names here. It is possible, however, that somebody notified them because they thought.
Basis for telling UNMIK in this letter that Police Service 92 was, in fact, informed before you went on these visits. How do you know that they were informed?
Maybe this was mentioned in order for the police serve to not stop us or detain us. They were given notification because our final purpose was to reach the Albanian civilian population by any means. We were stopped by the police and threatened, like in Peja. So whoever gave this notification did it for this reason. I am now speaking for myself. Had I given this notification, I would admit it to you now. I always inform that person. In relation to international cooperation, I never recognized Serbia, and I do not recognize it now.
Serb police were notified so that you would have permission to be able to travel to these areas, correct?
Na thash edhe një herë.
I said it. It is possible. However, I do not have facts regarding somebody in particular that might have informed or given notification. But it is possible that somebody informed through the phone or by other means. I cannot say, though, who exactly could have done that, because some of the delegation members are now deceased. I'm not excluding the possibility that somebody did, though.
Next statement, you say, and this is 034236 to 034287 at page 4.
It's Exhibit P680.
Yes, I'm trying to assist counsel, and as I understand it now, there's two different portions of it, and I'm trying to assist her with which of those portions this is. It says the delegates were always between 10 and 15, but I was the one who led them because I was always the head of the delegation. We would get stopped by Serb forces many times. I was the one who would speak to them on behalf of the delegation. I had a tie and the papers showing our humanitarian mission. Now, these papers that you referred to, this is a fax that you would send, and you would keep a copy of the fax to show the Serbs so that you would be permitted to go through Serb checkpoints, correct?
I did not talk to the Serbian forces. They talked to me. They stopped us. They checked us, inspected us, opened the trunk of our car, threatened us, insulted us, which was normal behavior. We wouldn't have expected less than that. I had a bunch of papers in my hands, which I had faxed to international institutions regarding our mission. So I showed them in order to convince them, for them to allow us to pursue our journey further. And it's worth knowing that every time I was taken out of the vehicle, as a leader of the delegation, Madam Nekibe Kelmendi would come out of the vehicle as well. She's an honorable person who's deceased now, whose husband and sons were killed by the Serbian forces. She was a lawyer, because I was not one, and she would communicate with the Serbs to explain the purpose of our visit.
You testified yesterday that you were aware that Adam Demaci had an office as the political representative of the KLA in Pristina at the time, correct?
We were aware that a KLA office existed, was in Pristina. I don't know what else I can say in that respect. I don't wish to say more about that office.
Not inform that office or any other office of the KLA about your intention to visit Chirez, correct?
It is true that we did not notify that office. It is true that we did not notify anyone from the KLA, because we were, if we could be considered as such, we were members of the parliament of a country, and we went to an area that had been the most hit and terrorized area. So we didn't ask for permission to go there, because I didn't deem it reasonable to ask for permission to go and visit civilian populations in the territory of Kosovo, which is our country. Maybe it was an omission on our side, however, I don't think I would have informed the KLA office in Pristina.
and let me just follow up on that. In your meeting with the prosecutor last week, and this is paragraph 20 of the preparation note, you told the prosecutor that looking back after 25 years, it made sense that the KLA stopped them, and that any army would have done that because the delegation did not notify the KLA prior to their visit. Is that what you told the prosecutor last week?
Paul.
Yes, yes, and I'm reiterating it. It is absolutely true, because any army in the world would have done the same thing, meaning to know who are these people with cars, convoy of cars, knowing that for a year or two prior to our visit, there hadn't been any cars, civilian cars there. There had been only tanks and empty casings on the ground. So it is absolutely logical to establish that they had the reason to stop us and inquire who we were. So because they needed to know, we were either stupid or brave. We were neither. We were there to visit the civilian population. So the KLA was absolutely right to proceed as they did. Had I been a KLA member myself, if I see civilian cars coming a convoy like in a wedding, wearing ties, I would have checked and inspected these people.
When you were stopped, they expressly told you that one of their concerns was that you had not previously announced your visit to the area. Is that correct?
I think we should have informed them. It would have been the right thing for us to do.
Did they tell you on or around the 20th of September that one of their concerns was that you had not announced that you were going to visit the area?
It is possible that they told us so, and they were right to tell us so.
Well, you recall, and you were shown a portion of the press conference you held on the 23rd, and I won't play the video for you at the moment, but you said at that press conference, and this is P00321ET, page 8 of the transcript. You said at the press conference, until 1400 of yesterday, that is 4,800 hours, and then they told us you are now free, and we kept you in detention for 48 hours. Their main concern was why we had not warned them of our visit.
They wanted to know who we were. I keep repeating this because they could have suspected, rightly so, that somebody from the delegation members could have, I don't know what. So they just wanted to know who we were, and they did not make any mistakes in doing that.
The political party is known as the PLK, is that correct?
The Kosovo Liberal Party, the first and only political party in Kosovo, which is a member of Political Parties Association in Europe and in the world, the only in the Balkans for that matter.
Now, last week when you met with the prosecutor, you produced a booklet that was published by the PLK in 2005. Is that correct?
That's correct. In 2005, on the occasion of the 14th anniversary of the formation and activities of the party.
To the prosecution last week, that's DHT 02734 to DHT 02735 ET page 1, and in Albanian it's 116704 to 116758 page 116722. And in the English, it's towards the bottom of the page, beginning with the paragraph that says, "Unfortunately, during this occasion." Now, in paragraph 74 of the preparation note, it says you told the prosecution that this booklet contains a description of the Chiras incident, which reflects what you thought at the time, correct?
Correct.
Reading here, and I'm sorry I don't know where exactly it is on the Albanian portion, but in the English it says, "Unfortunately, during this occasion of our visit, politics and clan interest got involved and damaged, misunderstood, and misinformed our plainly humanitarian and sacred mission. In this occasion, certain misunderstandings with some members of the KLA were created, which were mostly a product of intentional intrigues with a political background, but also as a result of a lack of sufficient coordination of the political factor with the KLA, which our delegation would pay by spending 2 other nights at the elementary school in Baice under difficult circumstances for all parties and the wider public." Now, you told the prosecution that this booklet was written by an editorial board which included you and Sokol Blackaj, correct?
We had an editorial board because we published some 20 such magazines or booklets.
Blackaj were both involved in preparing this booklet?
We were, because we were both involved in this event. And somebody who had not been involved in the event could not have written or reported on it.
That politics and clan interest got involved. What does that mean?
Politics, including outside Kosovo, the diaspora, and the politics in Pristina, specific individuals constantly spread propaganda against the Kosovo Liberation Army, labeling it by all sorts of names. And when politics get involved with the army, it results in a problem. So there were intrigues. As I said, individuals who were far from Kosovo, far from the KLA, living in comfortable conditions, wanted to damage, denigrate both the purpose of our visit and the KLA itself. This is the political involvement.
Okay. You also say, on this occasion, certain misunderstandings with some members of the KLA were created, which were mostly a product of intentional intrigues with a political background. Can you explain what were the intentional intrigues with a political background that created the misunderstanding with the KLA?
For example, to this day, there are individuals who write and publish books proclaiming that we allegedly went there to ask people to lay down weapons, which is absolutely not true. I'm personally telling you that when I saw what was happening to our people, if I had had the possibility, I would have supplied the KLA with all sorts of weapons, including a nuclear weapon. Although you know very well in what conditions operated the KLA, with what sorts of armament in extremely difficult conditions that a liberation guerrilla army can operate. So, for this reason, they were right to, I don't know, probably somebody phoned them and said, look, somebody is coming to ask people to lay down weapons, or this could have, by the way, resulted in a fatal conflict that would have been fatal for Kosovo and for us, and this was the purpose, and this was the meaning of what of my statement. However, luckily, neither the KLA nor us fell into this trap.
Announced in advance, or you coordinated this trip with Sean Burns, is that correct?
I notified him, I informed him. He was not a coordinator. He did not ask me to go there. When I met with President Rugova, he said, it's also a suggestion from Sean Burns that we approach our positions and align our position, I mean, political positions and those of the KLA. Because I want to make this clear, I don't want to involve Sean Burns in things. I informed him after every visit I made. When I came from the woods, and I was covered with dirt and mud, I informed him. I informed the American mission that was based in Fushkosovo, close to Pristina.
In 1999, did you continue to have communication with Sean Burns? Did you ever meet with him for coffee or talk to him?
I met him rarely. If I remember correctly, he was also in Paris in the Rambouillet conference. I was also a member of the final talks before the signature of the Rambouillet agreement. I had the honor and the privilege to take part in this historic moment. However, I want to say something for the first time. Thanks to President Thaçi, the conflict in Kosovo ended, and the Rambouillet agreement was signed.
When's the last time you ever saw Sean Burns?
If I'm not mistaken, it was in Paris, but I'm not certain. I wouldn't want to speculate because I have a great deal of respect for him. I have a great deal of respect for American diplomats and NATO members.
Session, Mr. President. Briefly. I'm sorry?
To protect the witness for
No,
protection.
it's, I'm using a document that can't.
107 document?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Please enter private session, Madam Court Officer, concerning the status of certain documents.
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Go ahead, Mr. Thaçi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, one of the purposes of the delegation's trip was to hold town meetings with the population in order to counterbalance the influence of the KLA. Is that correct?
Not to counterbalance, but the purpose was that in addition to visiting the civilian population, we wanted to establish contacts with the KLA members because we did not have such contacts. There were allegations raised by the official persons in Pristina and other circles, and I was personally interested because we were bombarded with fake news regarding the KLA. I wanted to see them, to listen to what they had to say, in order to then convey all this to my friends in my international meetings with the American Congress members, European Council, and so on. I've had hundreds and hundreds of meetings.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you.
Mr. President, it's a good time for a break.
All right. Witness, we will take our lunch break at this time. You will be back here at 2:30 in order to finish your testimony for today.
Faleminderit shumë.
Thank you very much.
From the room.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're adjourned till 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. As to MFI 685, we are going to deny the admission of that exhibit at this time. There's some question concerning the relevance and the authenticity, and there is another witness who is scheduled to testify who may be able to deal with that. So, Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. Witness, we will continue with the Thaçi defense cross-examination. Go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, witness. I'd like to take a look at another document, and if we could please call up DHT 01420 ET and the Albanian, sorry, DHT 01418 to, let me start again. That is the correct, sorry, 1D0038, full stop. Page 3 in the English, and in the Albanian, it's page DHT 01419 AT. And sir, this is a newsletter, number 23, published by the LDK on the 24th of September, 1998, so one day after your release. And it quotes you. And if we go to the last page, second paragraph, we see that the newsletter cites you as saying, I think that every state, meaning Kosovo too, has the right to have its armed political and military forces which act within the framework of legal and legitimate institutions. Do you see that?
Oh.
Yes.
Reflect your position as of on or around 24
Oh.
September
Mendoj
1998.
se çdo vend duhet mi pas.
Yes, I so believe that every country should have them, Kosovo too.
As of 24 September 1998, was the KLA a military force acting within the framework of legal and legitimate institutions in your opinion at the time?
Objection. It still calls for a conclusion that's within the province of the court.
Mr. President, if I may?
Overruled.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Dedi, let me repeat it. You made this statement, and I'm asking you for how we interpret your own statement. So are we to interpret the statement you made, or let me rephrase, as on 24 September 1998, did you think that the KLA was acting within the framework of legal and legitimate institutions?
Mendoj se
I think that Kosovo institutions in Pristina were those that were in favor of peaceful solution to the Kosovo question. And they didn't provide the necessary cooperation to the KLA for it to be within the framework of the then institutions of the then Republic of Kosovo.
Okay. I think I understand your answer. And continuing along those lines, in your preparation with the prosecution last week, and this is in the preparation note at paragraph 29, you told the prosecution it was also a mistake of the officials in Pristina because some officials made disparaging statements against the KLA. When you said to the prosecution, officials in Pristina, did you mean Kosovo politicians?
për politikarët në Prishtinë,
Yes, the Pristina politicians who often issued very detrimental, disparaging statements for the KLA.
Those officials or politicians include politicians of the LDK?
politikanët e partive të ndryshme.
Politicians from various parties. For your explanation, a part of the KLA were members of all political parties. Some of them even laid down their lives. There were individuals and politicians from various countries, the LDK being the largest party, there were more members, who conducted propaganda against KLA and tried to denigrate its liberation activity and heroic struggle.
Now, when you were stopped by the KLA, one of the things, and I think you've confirmed this already, but just to be sure, one of the things they thought was that somebody had come to Chirez and advocated for disarming. Is that correct?
Kjo është e saktë.
Correct. It is possible that someone from the delegation has refer to this issue either on orders of someone or out of their own conviction. I wouldn't rule out this possibility.
Chirez at the time was desperate because there was an imminent Serb offensive. Is that correct?
Jo, ofenzivat ishin
No, the offensives were regular in Dukajin and some other areas where there was permanent terror. The offensives were conducted on a daily basis.
In Chirez itself, you were aware that they were facing an imminent attack on Chirez itself. Is that accurate?
po, edhe në Qiraz.
Yes, in Jerez too, you could hear the sounds of the shelling. It was surrounded. The mosque of the village was shelled.
Now, I want to go back to the 2014 ULEX statement. And if I could, before we discuss...
May I? I don't know your procedures. Can I say something? Can you display once again this newsletter that I saw a while ago?
Is there something particular that you want to...
Yes. There is a statement of mine which says that the KLA was correct in its conduct towards us. You didn't mention this.
Believe me, we will get to that in a little while. If not today, then tomorrow. But we're certainly...
Sorry, I apologize.
But let's talk a little bit about the context of your 2014 ULEX statement. Now, I want to get the date right, but you gave that statement to ULEX in May of 2014, 21 May 2014 to be exact. Is that correct?
I'm not very sure about the date. It may be. I don't remember the accurate date.
14. And do you recall that that ULEX interview took place right in the middle of an election campaign in Kosovo for parliament? Is that correct?
Yes.
A candidate on Mr. Pazzoli's list, is that correct?
Yes. We were in coalition. I was on Pazzoli's list because some years after Pazzoli also became member of the European Liberals, so we wanted to strengthen liberal democracy in Kosovo.
June 2014, is that correct?
Yes, I don't remember the dates. Because many things have passed through my body and my mind.
Those were snap elections because Prime Minister Thaçi had called snap elections dissolving a coalition between his party and Mr. Pazzoli's party. Is that correct?
Yes, they were snap elections.
Dissolution of a coalition which included, amongst other parties, Mr. Thaçi's party and Mr. Pazzoli's party, correct?
Yes.
Personally, had been dismissed from your position in that government in 2011. Is that correct?
Yes. If you allow me, I would like to clarify why I was spectacularly dismissed. May I?
We will get to that as well.
Keep your promise.
We'll get to that as well. But I just want to set the context of what's happening around you when you give this statement, which you now, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, have told the trial panel and the prosecution you made certain allegations there with some political motivation. Is that correct?
Yes, but look, all my statements from 2001 until I clearly realized it took me quite a long time to really understand who engaged in conversation with me, the group that we had altercation with. So I don't want to die without knowing the names of those persons involved. So it took me a long while. I went back to Chiriez also to get information in Drenic in order to have a clear idea of who the culprits were. And after a very long time, not because I want to justify something, I was convinced that President Hashim Thaçi, is not at all to blame in any way for what happened in Chires.
Jo problemi jam që
This is what I want people to understand. If the contrary were the case, I would pinpoint him as the culprit. Absolutely not. I want to thank him. Had he not been there, I don't know what we would have come to. This is the truth.
We've heard you on that point, and you've made that point several times, so I can assure you that the panel and the parties are going to take that into consideration. So we don't need to repeat that anymore.
jo se po mbrëngos.
No, because it makes me sad. Very much so, and makes me sleepless. And last night, my children wrote to me, and I have received hundreds of insults from all sorts of people in Facebook, also from the office of the so-called president, Osmani, who we all know how she came to be a president. But these are political issues. I'm the one who is suffering, and revenge is being taken also against my children.
So, witness, I understand, but as I told you when I started, we need to try to get through as many facts as possible in order to keep this moving more quickly. So let me try to refocus here. Am I correct that when you told the court and the prosecution that there were certain political motivations, that includes the context of the 2014 elections when you made your ULEX statement? Is that correct?
Yes. These are purely political statements.
You made certain statements concerning Mr. Thaçi in that 2014 ULEX statement in a political context. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tekstin politik në
In the political context, because we were bombarded with lies, as if allegedly Hashim Thaçi is guilty and that people have done things on his behalf and so on. It is true.
Take a look at that statement, and this is P680 034236, and sorry, specifically 034240 is the page in English, and in Albanian 034249. First, I want to talk about Serb forces here, but in particular, how you were able to get across Serb lines. And you were asked some questions about that. And in English, it starts, "Did you reach Chires village?" Your answer was, "Yes, I won't tell you everything we went through on the way there. We were stopped many times by the Serbian forces. We were prepared to go through everything." Then you're asked, "Each time you managed to get through?" And your answer, "Yes, our argumentation was very strong. I had all of the documentation. I had nothing to do with the war. I was going to see civilians. I was also one of those people advocating an end to the war. I do not have a military soul." Now, is that correct? At the time you were advocating for an end to the war?
At any time, I am against any war. And after trying for some 10 years to reach a peaceful settlement, not only it was not unsuccessful, but it enhanced Serb terror.
You also stated in this statement, and this is for the benefit of the parties 034241 and in Albanian 034250 to 251. You said before you entered Chires, you were stopped by a vehicle with KLA members. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes. We lowered the window and talked with them.
Into Chires?
Jo.
No, no.
As you know, from the KLA side of allowing the delegation into Chires, is that correct?
Jo. Jo.
No, no. We went with Chires, actually. If they made us go back, we would have returned. The case was with Serbs in Peja.
Arrived in Chires, you visited a mosque where thousands of people were gathered, is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Visit to the mosque, you wound up at a community information office, is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
You say you talked to the person responsible for the village, is that correct?
Po.
Yes. Apparently they were from LDK, people responsible for information. I didn't ask him, I wasn't interested in that, but they were civilians from the village.
And the KLA did not prevent you from going and meeting with the local LDK leader, is that correct?
Just. Jo.
No, they did not.
Do you have any reason to believe that local LDK people in Chires had been mistreated by the KLA prior to the arrival of your delegation?
Jo. Jo.
No, no.
Excuse me. Did your party have a local branch in Chires?
Jo.
No.
Mas lufta kemi pas.
After the war, yes, we had branches in Skandera and in Drenas, two municipalities of Drenic, and with great sympathizers.
Did the KLA prevent you from meeting with people in Chires?
Jo. Jo.
No, no. We met people, KLA came almost at the end of our conversations.
There was a point in time where certain speeches were made by members of the delegation, is that correct?
Po.
Yes. And I tried to find the audio cassette of what we said in those speeches. A journalist had given it to me. We spoke mainly about humanitarian issues, but also to have people solidarize with KLA, because we were obliged to have this army to protect our lives, our children, our families, our honor, to make sacrifices against Milosevic regime.
If we could put up on the screen, please, SITF 000-55783 to 000-55996 at page SITF 000-55858. And in Albanian, it's SITF 000-562 to 000-55863. This is a newspaper article from the 22nd of September 2001 titled Hashim Thaçi ordered while Sabit Getzi obeyed, arrest the delegation of Kosovo. And in this text, in the English, on the third column, about 3/4 of the way down, sorry, Yeah, there you go. The article says, Albanian politicians of Kosovo, with their speech, gave them hope that the freedom was not so far. Do you see that? Now, my question to you is, what did they say in their speeches as to how freedom was going to be achieved?
Ju kemi dhënë shpresë
We gave them hope that the democratic world, the United States of America, the European Union, NATO, are on our side because they are on the side of justice. And we spoke about political developments in Pristina. Now, I don't recall in detail what we said. That's why I said I would like to listen again to that cassette, because 25 years have passed from that meeting. But I may say that not for a single moment, never did I, in my speech, speak about surrender. We only spoke against genocidal policy of Milosevic in Kosovo and the terror exercised in at those times, at the time that we were in Drenica, specifically against the civilian population.
Members of the delegation saying that freedom would be achieved soon by discontinuing the armed struggle and reaching some sort of a agreement, a peace agreement.
Listen, we believed in freedom because the right was on our side. That's why we sacrificed everything for freedom, even laying down our lives. And with the appearance of the KLA, we realized, I'm speaking about myself, that freedom is going to come soon. And just as I foresaw, it happened, because we had the Rambouillet process, and thanks to the KLA delegation, we reached the historic agreement in Rambouillet with the United States, NATO, the European Union, and the KLA, the four key factors that brought about Kosovo's freedom.
Article in a little while, but let's continue on in the story. The speeches are given at the mosque, and then you went to the local community office, correct?
Correct.
Were in that office.
I can't give you a number, because whatever number I would give you wouldn't be accurate. But apart from the members of the delegation, there were present in the room. As I said, I can't be accurate in numbers. I can't be accurate. But more than one or two. There were many people, maybe 10, 20, 30 people.
Was there furniture in the room?
Yes. We sat down on chairs. There were tables. Journalists were standing around us.
Okay. How big were the tables?
Small, but we are talking about offices situated in a small place at a wartime. We can't speak of comfortable offices. They were makeshift offices in a way, with some chairs, some small tables. But I wasn't impressed with the furniture. I was focused on what I was going to talk to these people.
Was Gani Kotsi the first person to enter the room from the KLA?
Ja, Gani Kotsi
No, we saw Gani Kotsi outside at first, before we entered the room. He was somewhere near the mosque, because from the mosque we walked to this place and around. I used to know Gani Kotsi in Pristina. He was LDK official. And there were some polemics among the LDK members of the delegation and with Gani Kotsi. But I didn't pay much attention to him because, as I said, I had something else on my mind. I had another mission to meet the inhabitants, to see what their problems were, what we could do to help them. That was my concern.
It was Gani Kotsi who told you to wait, you had to wait for someone else to arrive, is that correct?
Po Gani Kotsi tash nuk
Now, I'm not sure if Gani Kotsi asked us to wait, but I know he's the first person we met in Shiraz from the KLA.
And while you were in that room, is it fair to say that you were not threatened in the room?
askush.
No one, no threats.
The same thing in the press conference on the 23rd, let me just quote you there, we were not threatened in the sense of the word threatened. Now, when you said
Nuk kemi kërcënu.
We were not threatened. Their behavior was very correct. I mentioned this in the press conference. I reiterated it during my interview given to the Voice of America. I'm surprised you haven't produced that interview.
was anyone physically mistreated in the office in Shiraz?
Askush.
No one. No one even raised their voice against us.
No one was beaten?
Askush.
No one was touched, even.
Ja, çfarë armësh?
No, what guns? Absolutely not. Never.
Did anyone put a gun in anyone's mouth in that room?
Ja,
No. I'm hearing this for the first time. There were no guns. There were even displayed or shown, let alone put it in the mouth. There were no guns or violence there at all.
Did your IDs?
ju e dini që kam fol kush,
You know, I've mentioned who that person was. Madam Prosecutor knows it was person number one.
Now, the person who told you you were being, and I'm going to use your words from today, that you were being stopped, who was that person?
është mirë nëse ka mundësi me kalu në seancë private.
Could we please go into a private session for this?
Mr. President, I would actually prefer we go into private session for this, just to have him answer that one question.
Into private session, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in private session.
Go ahead.
Who told you that you were being stopped?
Back into public session, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you. Now, in 2014, you said Mr. Thaçi was in that room, and this week you've said you never saw him in Chires, and I want to hear again from you, what is the truth? Did you see Mr. Thaçi in that room in Chires?
Unë e kam thonë
I've said it to the media later on when I was convinced that he was not, because I inquired into this. I also mentioned it during the 3 days of the preparation, during the preparation sessions here. I said it yesterday and today, and I'm saying it again. I did not see Mr. Thaçi in Chires. He was not in Chires.
Now, let me ask you about some questions about your ability to identify Mr. Thaçi in Chires. And you were asked some questions about that in your 2014 ULEX interview, and that is again P680 at pages 034242 to 034243, and the same in the Albanian. Sorry, 034252 in Albanian. It starts with the portion that says, I think it's at the bottom in English, I never had any contact in my life. So, you say there, I never had any contacts in my life with them before that day. But I knew Hashim Thaçi because a few months before that, he gave an interview to a newspaper, and there was a picture, many pictures of him. They used to call him Snake, Jarpri. So I knew he was the one. Excuse me. Sabit Getzi was there too. So your basis for saying you knew who Hashim Thaçi was that you had seen interviews that had pictures of him and referred to him as Snake. Which newspapers? Let me just help you there. You gave a television interview where you said you saw it either in the newspaper Dieli or in the newspaper Gazeta Shqiptare. Do you recall that?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall when I gave this interview, which newspaper. This was 25 years ago. I do remember precisely that Hashim Thaçi was not present there. I know this.
To establish, has anyone ever shown you any evidence that Mr. Thaçi had ever given an interview or had been publicly revealed as Snake before September 20th, 1998? Have you seen anybody produce any such newspaper interview?
ndoshta më vonë kësaj ngjarje.
Maybe it happened that he gave interviews after this event. I wouldn't know about this though, because this was not part of things I would inquire about or follow. My focus at the time and today is who was there present and who was not.
My focus as well. So what I'm getting at is if you're now saying it's possible you saw this interview of Mr. Thaçi after the 20th of September, what basis would you have had at the time to even know who Hashim Thaçi was?
Nëse e ka bënë intervju.
Look, if he gave an interview, if he made appearances on television, if I saw him in Baitz, then I understood who Hashim Thaçi was, because I met with him in Baitz and we had a conversation there. But we were talking about Shiraz. Your question was about Shiraz, and my answer is accurate, and Hashim Thaçi was not in Shiraz.
If we go to English page 034257 and Albanian page 034273, please.
Zotë avokat,
Can I ask you something, sir? Counsel?
po me lidhje me mu, ka lidhje me këtë.
It's related to me, to this process. Could you let my family know that these open sessions are violent to me and they are against my will?
Witness, I just want to ask you a few more questions on this topic. If we could scroll up, please, in the English so we can, no, sorry, down is what I meant, to the previous page. And then we'll continue to the next page. So, yes. I asked Hashim Thaçi, are you the snake? Because his nickname during the war was the snake. I heard this name given to him in the media. He had given an interview to the media several days or maybe a month before, and his picture was also in the newspaper. This is why I asked him that question. he asked me, "Where do you know this from?" I told him he had given an interview. I asked him whether they had a wiser person there, and it goes on. Now, that conversation never took place. Is that correct?
Jo, s'ka ndodhur kur.
It never took place. I don't remember that it happened, this conversation.
If it had taken place, then other people would have been in the room and would have heard it, right? Mr. Barty would have heard it. Is that correct?
Kanë qenë gjithë aty.
They were all there.
Agim,
Agim, sorry.
Agim,
Dr. Yusuf Talaku,
kanë qenë 13 del.
there were 13 delegates, MPs.
heard Mr. Thaçi confirm that he was there and he is the snake, correct? If it were true.
Me siguri do ta kishin dëgjuar.
They would have certainly heard had he been there and if this were true.
Not true, and so it wouldn't surprise you that, for example, Dr. Talaku told ULEX he couldn't remember Mr. Thaçi being present. That doesn't surprise you, does it?
Jo, për mua nuk u bë fasai.
No, that doesn't surprise me at all. It can be a surprise to others, but not to me because he was not there.
I'd like to show you an article from Coha di Torre from the 22nd of September, 1998. And it quotes Ms. Sania Aliyu, and Ms. Aliyu was also part of your delegation, is that correct?
Po kanë qenë ato zonjat.
Yes, these were the ladies who were released immediately. They went back to Pristina. They know nothing afterwards.
Sorry, if we could call up the document, it is P319. Yes, page 1 in the English, page 2 in the Albanian. So in this article, if we could scroll down, please, in the English, yep. Or to the next page, I'm sorry. It quotes Ms. Aliyu in the third paragraph. Suddenly, a group of KLA soldiers came into the office, around 10 heavily armed men, and asked everyone present to show their authorization documents in order to send them for verification. After a while, they asked our drivers to go out, and one of them, who introduced himself as the head of the KLA Secret Service, asked us in a threatening tone, "Why did you come here to hold a meeting?" explained Ms. Aliyu, adding that they inquired about the purpose and the person who organized the visit. After they gave us back the authorizations, they told us that all political representatives are under arrest by the KLA secret police, with the exception of women and journalists. She affirmed they were told by the leader of the KLA secret police, who had further added that all those who speak and write against the KLA will be arrested. Do you agree with what Ms. Aliyu told Coha di Torre on or about the 22nd of September 1998? That that's what happened?
Absolutisht jo.
Absolutely not. I don't agree.
Një grup për 10 veta shtarmat.
When she says that a group of 10 armed KLA people, she must have hallucinated, or this was not true. In addition to this, the group was returned to Pristina immediately, should not deal with this matter because they returned immediately, so they can only speculate. we others who remained there, the 13 of us, can speak. Is that right? But for those who were not there to speak, it's just having guesses, or I can't prevent people from talking, but they have this is baseless.
The person arrived.
Yes.
Second,
Can we go back to private session for a second, please?
Is it related to discussion of a certain person?
Yes.
Can you just refer to him as person one? Go ahead and refer to him as person one.
sounds privat.
I wanted to go into private session if possible.
You have to tell us why you want to go into private session.
If I give you the reason in public, then we don't need to go into private session.
Session, you get one question.
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Go ahead, Mr. Misic. You may need to repeat the question. I think there was a question on the table.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you. Now, you see that Ms. Aliyu there makes reference to someone representing themselves as being the head of the KLA Secret Service. And I just want to point out that in the transcript of your press conference, and this is again P321, page 7 in the English, you're quoted as saying as follows: a number of members, as they said, of the secret police of the Kosovo Liberation Army arrived, and he asked who the organizer was, who led the group, who were these people. So do you agree with Ms. Aliyu that the person who
Yo,
No, I don't agree with Ms. Aliyev. I agree with what I said.
Did the person represent themselves to be someone with the secret police?
I nuk
He did not introduce himself. He asked, "Who are you?"
So why would you have said at the press conference on the 23rd, the day you were released, that they said they were from the secret police of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
po ashtu u kryu përshtypja se për
This is the impression we got, because KLA people were outside. This is what was reported in the media, but I did not have individual knowledge about anyone in particular, what service or who they were. I consider those who bore KLA insignia as the KLA, who were fighting and waging a titanic war for the freedom of Kosovo.
In different vehicles, is that correct?
po,
Correct.
po,
Correct?
Correct.
Taken to the local elementary school?
po.
Correct.
Arrived in Bajce, Mr. Thaçi was not present?
Jo se kam pa fare.
I did not see him at all.
Now, was anybody wearing masks at the elementary school in Bajce?
Ma vonë kanë ardhur njerëz të maskuar.
The masked persons arrived later on. We sat in the lobby of the school, slightly wider. We sat on chairs. They returned our IDs to us. So Recep Selimi did this using a very polite language. No irritation, no concerns, no voice raised. He returned our IDs. He left for a while. We stayed there a little bit until a group of hooligans, in my opinion, came in. I never got to know who these people were, and I wouldn't want to leave this world without knowing. They were wearing masks, they didn't have KLA insignia, they were not carrying weapons, and they created this panic, this concern. Clashes ensued, and this altercation, which I described yesterday. And this whole thing lasted a minute or less than a minute, and then they just left as they came, like ghosts. It was starting to get dark, so
The hooligans took place for less than a minute. Is it true that Mr. Thaçi was periodically opening the door to the room to look inside?
S'ka pas jo.
no, there was no door. Nobody opened the door, not Mr. Thaçi or anyone else. Last person we saw was Recep Selimi, who returned our IDs to us. And then those masked individuals, they appear to be young, unarmed, didn't have any KLA insignia. This is an event that happened and is publicly known.
Now, this incident with the hooligans, did it take place in the same room that you were being held at? Or in a different room?
Jo, pastaj na kanë dërguar
No, they then sent us to the classroom where from the lobby to the classroom where the beds were. So after this, we went to the classroom, at which point a certain Sahit Yashari came in, Tahir Desku, whom I had known from Pristina as well. So after a while, after 1 hour or 2 hours, President Hashim Thaçi appeared there.
Now, you were asked questions by the prosecutor about your earlier testimony that 6 people had been beaten. You recall being questioned about that? Ask
Yes, yes, I was asked.
people that you had identified in 2001 and in 2014 were yourself, Agim Krasniqi, Mehdi Bardi, Dr. Yusuf Talaku, Sokol Blakai, and Kurtesh Devaya. You recall being asked questions about those 6 people, yourself included?
Yes.
Asked you about testimony you had given that described your injuries, your own injuries, as very serious, with your whole arm becoming black all the way to your fingernails. Do you recall that the prosecutor asked you about that testimony?
Yes, she asked me about that.
ULEX statement on the screen for you, and this is again P680, 034236 to 034287 at page 034260, and in Albanian it's 034276. Now, if we scroll up in the English, or down, I should say, there we go. You're asked this morning questions about this portion of your statement. You're asked by the prosecutor, ULEX prosecutor, did you get hospital or doctor's treatment? Your answer was no. Even if that would have been the very last thing in my life, I would not have gone to a doctor. You're asked why. The answer was the hospitals were controlled by the Serbs. There were no Albanian doctors available, and even if they had been available, I felt ashamed. Now, you've repeatedly said that you didn't need a doctor because there were no injuries, but I just want to ask you some follow-up questions to that.
This is most important. You have to underline the fact that I didn't need to go.
Fact, often. But I also want to point something out to you. One of the 6 of you, Dr. Talaku, was himself a medical doctor, correct?
Yes, he was a doctor. A very highly respected person who, as he said, had sent medicaments to the KLA.
This entire time, right?
Yes.
Happened, correct?
Objection. What happened?
That's a little speculative.
Well, he was present with you and knew exactly what had transpired.
Again, I think it's vague, Your Honor.
Po kur
It's
do që ka
overruled.
qeni
You can
pra,
answer. Go ahead.
kur do që ka qeni
Whoever was present there, if you leave out forgetfulness, which is human, may know the truth.
My question is, if you needed medical assistance, you had a doctor in your group who could have provided you medical assistance without you feeling any embarrassment, correct?
po as se kena fol me
We did not even discuss this issue with Mr. Telaku because we didn't need any medical assistance. None of us did.
You were afraid of Serbs or you were embarrassed or anything like that. You had a doctor in your presence if you needed medical help and you just didn't need any medical assistance. That's the truth, isn't it?
nuk ishim nevojë për ndihmë.
We didn't need any medical assistance.
Talaku testified to ULEX that none of you that he saw had any bodily injuries. That wouldn't surprise you, correct?
Jo, është e vërtet kjo nëse
It is true if he said so.
Surprise you if Dr. Talaku testified to ULEX that he has no recollection of any of you ever asking him for any medical assistance, correct?
edhe kjo është e saktë.
Correct.
Dr. Talaku's statement 034363 to 03402. During your ULEX testimony, the prosecutor directed you today to a portion where you presented a photograph that you allegedly had taken immediately after you returned from Baitzen, and we can put this on the screen. This is page 034259 in the English and page 034246 in the Albanian. 276, sorry. It's the section that starts, witness produced a photograph of himself. And you say, this photograph was taken when I went back to Pristina. I can bring you color copies of this. I can also submit the original one. It is my wish that ULEX mission hold someone responsible with regard to what happened to me. For the last 16 years, I have been carrying parts of this picture on my body because I did not deserve this. And on page 034260, which I guess we're on, you say, you're asked how long after you were beaten up was the photograph taken, and your answer is maybe 2 or 3 days after.
Nëse ka mundësi zot
May I, counsel, ask you to correct the word beating? It is a problematic word for me. If this courtroom knows what this sentence would mean to me, you would never mention it, to me and to my family.
Everyone who's in the courtroom understands that you do not want that word used. I'm obligated to read exactly what it says on the page, so that's why I'm using the word. But where I can, I will try to accommodate you by using different words. But I do want to go to another document, which is something you haven't seen, but I'm going to ask you to comment on. And this is a note, if we could put this up. This is 100816, and there is no Albanian version. This is a note of a conversation that took place between a prosecutor from this court and someone named Claire Morris, who was present for your 2014 ULEX interview. If we can go to paragraph 2, please. Since we don't have the picture that you produced, the prosecutor's office called.
I have not provided any photo at all to ULEX.
Tell you what ULEX says, and then we'll give you an opportunity to comment. It says, this is what Ms. Morris says. At one point, Deadeye produced a photograph depicting his injuries and showed it to Hackett. Ms. Morris saw the photograph and remembers that it depicted Deadeye with his shirt off, with discolored bruising to his shoulder, upper arm, and forearm. In the photo, Deadeye's face was swollen, and he appeared to be exhausted. Now, I know you say you didn't produce any such photograph to ULEX, but do you have a photograph at home of yourself with a bruised arm and a swollen face?
No, I don't. I have not given any photograph to them. Had I had any photograph and given it to them, they were police. They would have taken it. And as regards the bruises, I explained it several times, yesterday and today.
Would you agree with me, and we'll take a look at the video, I promise you we will, but would you agree with me that you've seen the video many times now? Do you have a swollen face in that video?
No. I don't know which video you are speaking, but no, I want to explain. It's very important. You should let me speak.
I just want to be clear.
I'm here like I am an accused. You are not letting me speak. I want to tell the truth.
I want to hear the truth from you, which is I was wrong to not tell you which video I'm talking about. I'm talking about the video of the press conference.
If you knew the truth, you'd never summon me here as a witness. I am one of the most martyred people.
Video of your press conference from the 23rd of September, which you saw this morning. Do you believe your face is swollen in that video?
My face is intact. Nobody has touched my face. Never, never, never.
Statement P680. Oh, 034260 in that document, and 034276 in the Albanian. You're asked by the prosecutor, sorry, let me get the Albanian on the screen as well. You're asked by the prosecutor, can you describe your injuries? And the first thing you say is, first of all, the biggest injury is the moral integrity. They destroyed my moral identity, my family identity, my political career, my will to live. In other words, they destroyed everything that I had. These physical injuries were the very last thing. Is that accurate?
When you say they, what do you mean?
Your words, so you tell us. Did you say this? And if you did, what did you mean by they?
I don't know who they are.
Perhaps in Baice about injury to your moral integrity? Do you recall? Is that possible?
Yes, the hooligans who injured my identity, my family code, I mean those hooligans. And I will refer to them as hooligans all my life.
Baitse, did you complain to him about the injury to your moral integrity that had been inflicted by these hooligans?
Oh,
Yes,
Had told the SPO
Oh.
that he observed your moral
yes.
integrity? Was he being accurate?
Objection. He's commenting on a statement that the accused gave to the SPO's accuracy about what Mr. Thaçi perceived.
Overruled. You can go ahead.
If Mr. Thaçi told the SPO that the injuries he saw of you were your moral or ethical injuries, that would have been accurate.
I'm going to lodge a different objection. Could we get a foundation as to how you observe a moral injury before he's permitted to answer this question?
Mr. President, the
Overruled.
foundation. Yeah,
Go
okay.
ahead.
You may answer.
nëse Zoti thot,
If Mr. Thaçi said this, it is accurate. When Mr. Thaçi came after 2 hours in civilian clothes with a transistor listening to the news, he was very upset when he heard, I don't know when and from where he heard what had happened. And he called me and we went to a room and we discussed and he expressed his disillusionment, his concern. And far from atoning what happened, he opposed it strongly.
tjetër kush ka vendos?
Maybe there was someone else who decided.
Testified now that it was you who complained to him about moral and ethical injuries, correct?
Respect greatly. You cannot believe how much I respect justice because I am brought up in a European spirit. So these 3 people were not there present.
Statement, and if we could turn to 034261, please. And it is 034278 in the Albanian. Now, you're asked, I believe it's at the bottom of the English page. You're asked an open question. Did you or anybody have any visible injuries, for example, blood? Your answer is yes, of course. Sokol Blakai, the General Secretary of the Liberal Party, had injuries on his face. The others as well had injuries. Do you see that?
Asnjëri nuk më kujtohet që ka pas
I don't remember anyone to have been injured. I never saw any drop of blood. If that were the case, we would have seen something and some blood drops on our white shirts. And can you raise the volume because I can hardly hear
krimit.
interpretation.
Shumë pak. Kjo.
Witness, you were shown this morning some videos of your hand at the press conference and Mr. Blakai's forehead. Do you recall seeing that? And I'm going to actually put it on the screen for you. First, let's take a
Yes, I remember those questions.
If we could please call up 113-18902 and move to the 2005 mark.
It's P321 for the record.
Now, witness, you were asked some questions about your hand and the color of your hand. Do you see that? Now, I just want to first ask you, do you see a shadow to the left of your right arm on the screen?
Yes, I see shadow also on the wall.
Shadow on the wall, it goes down your right arm. Does it appear to go on the table as well?
I don't know what that is. It may have been done later, I don't know. If I had something on my hand, I wouldn't have appeared on this press conference. And today we didn't listen to all of it.
I'm going to play the entire press conference for you. Don't worry about it. But for right now, for these purposes, because we only have a few minutes left today, I'd like to play a 10-second portion of this. Look at your right hand when we play this portion of the video and see if you can see a shadow moving up and down your right arm. If we can go from 1856 and play it through 1907, please.
Edhe për ju kemi marrë ndalim për 48 orë. Interesimi i tyre ishte domethënë në radhë parë pse nuk kemi paralajmëruar vizitën.
Do you see a shadow?
I don't see it. Even if it is, I explained. How many times do I have to explain? But here I don't distinguish anything. There are shadows all over, on the wall, on the table.
Picture one of your right hand that the prosecutor didn't show you. If we could go to 1705, have a still there. Do you see your hand there?
As white as snow.
Distinction between your right and your left hand there?
No, no distinction. The only one being one is left, one is right.
I guess that's not the right.
These are the journalists. Were many journalists.
Just 1 second. 1 second more. I think we're in between frames here. There you go. Any difference in the color of your hand between your right and your left?
No.
Okay.
No. Not in my case.
And let me show you Mr. Blakai. If we look at...
Can we please stop here for a second? Look, some scars on the face of Buttigieg. Some signs. Can you see them? Here and here. Nobody talked with him. They may be signs that one is born with. Veli Buttigieg, nobody discussed with him. He just sat there.
If you could just confirm, if you look at yourself on this video, does your face look swollen there?
I was quite healthy then, fatter than now. And this is an insulting question. I understand that you are right to ask it. Never in my life, I don't know what else to say, never in my life anybody has touched my face other than my family, my children, my friends, when we have embraced. So every time you ask me this question, I prefer to be taken to prison and stay there for all my life. I have Please, please. Nobody has ever touched my face. Never, never, never.
Look at Mr. Blockeye in the video, a different portion, and this is the 1735 mark. Sorry, the 2009 first. And this is what you were shown by the prosecutor.
Objection, I believe he was shown a 5-second clip of so-called black eye head-on.
This is where we stopped, I believe. And you asked him, if I may respond, Mr. I believe this is where it was stopped and where the questions were asked, were on this frame.
Microphone.
I just object to the characterization because before counsel said that the prosecutor didn't show you this. So I want to be clear about what was shown here in court.
I agree. I did not mean to suggest that this wasn't shown. On the contrary, I'm trying to say that this was shown to you by the prosecutor this morning. So do you recall seeing this frame?
Paul?
Yes, yes.
1735, right? 1735. Do you see similar marks on Mr. Blockeye's face here? I understand it's from a different angle, but do you see any discoloration on his forehead?
I see more two signs on Mr. Buttigieg. Even though he was merely sitting there. Can I please, just for a second, give an explanation? It's very important. Regarding Mr. Blockeye.
His face in this video, yes.
I don't want to say it in public because he's dead and he was a very good friend. He was the right hand in our Liberal Party. I respect him and his family very much.
Time and the presiding judge is instructing me that we have to finish for today.
We can do it tomorrow.
We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
You'll be
Thank you very much.
by the court usher.
Thank you very much.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.